never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
And here we go. How about that? Made it through midweek, so yeah, it's all downhill from here as we roll toward the weekend. Working toward the weekend. There you go. We'll be turning the page on the calendar here, rolling into the 11th day of March for 2021. How's your week going? Well, I said at the very tail end of the show last evening, we'd probably have a bit more to talk about as far as Mother Nature is concerned as we roll into a Thursday, and indeed we do. In the form of showers, thunderstorms, and pockets of heavy rain already beginning to impact a line stretching from eastern portions of Wisconsin. Let me flip over to the radar scene here. Yeah, I've got some heavy rains up into the UP of Michigan. And extending down to eastern portions of Wisconsin, some of those heavy rains about to be pushing into the Green Bay area here in the next couple of hours. From there, we've got a line of embedded showers, some pockets of heavy rain, nothing as far as severe weather at this point with this particular system. This is going to be the first of two systems. Yeah, the other's the one that really is highlighting concerns from forecasters as we head into and through the upcoming weekend. But again, showers through right along the Iowa-Illinois line. A line of showers going to be pushing into Quincy, Illinois here, probably within the hour. Some of the heaviest rain extend there. You start in northeastern Missouri down into west central Missouri and right along the east central portions of Kansas. All the line is pushed through Topeka and Wichita, so it's going to be dropping off to the south and east as we progress through the overnight hours. How about the warm-up, though? Yeah, we've been talking about it for days. And the warmer air indeed moved in. We topped out at like 73 degrees in southwest Ohio this past day. How about that? Exceeding expectations. Told you last night they were forecasting a high of 68, and I rounded it up to 70. But yeah, we had plenty of sunshine and that warm southerly flow all the way up into Minnesota. You'll have to excuse the residents there if they don't really know exactly what clothes to be wearing these days. Within the span of a few weeks, the city of Minneapolis experienced low temperatures that were challenging record lows that were set 146 years ago. Now they've broken a daily temperature record that's stood for 142 years. That would be on the other end of the spectrum, though, on the high end. We go back to February 14th, just a little less than a month ago. Temperatures were down to 19 below zero at the Minneapolis-St. Paul Airport. They just missed a record low temperature for that date set back in 1875. So that still stands. Just missed it. Now here we are just 3 weeks later, and you're dressing for a very different kind of record. On March the 9th, you hit 62 degrees. That did indeed shatter the previous high temperature of 61. Well, not shattered. It broke it. 1 degree. That's not shattering the record. But that was set back in 1879. Got a system going up to the west, putting us in the warm part of the system. We saw that on Tuesday. Now, things are a bit different today. That system baking the central portions of the country since last weekend. Temperatures across the northern plains and much of the Midwest, 15 to 30 degrees above norm for this time of year. Daily records were already broken in places like Chicago, Duluth, Minnesota, Green Bay, and Wausau, Wisconsin on Tuesday. Sioux Falls, South Dakota as well. Going back to Monday, we saw daily records broken further west, a high of 65 in Mobridge, South Dakota. That broke a 110-year-old record there. North Platte, Nebraska, you broke a record from 1936 by 4 degrees there on Tuesday. It's that pronounced northward bulge in the jet stream. And it's been building further northward and eastward each day through midweek, allowing that unseasonably warm air to spread across the central and eastern states. Now, here in the Ohio Valley, we've seen the peak of our temperatures. That's 73 for Cincinnati yesterday. Forecast is middle 60s, back to like 66 for today. Then maybe 56 on, what will we be up to, Friday, Saturday? Yeah, we're going to be back into the 40s here in several days. So a bit of a downward trend once we get down. Lows are going to, high temperatures in the upper 40s for a night or two, or a day or two. Then we start bouncing back into the 50s. But the good news, we're not seeing any of these big, extreme cold snaps for this region of the country anyway. Now, this system we're talking about bringing the showers and thunderstorms tonight, if you get up to the northwestern edge of this storm, indeed you've got snow falling tonight from right about International Falls down to Fargo, the northern portions of Minnesota in the snow. That's where you've got some winter weather advisories and actually some winter storm warnings through that swath, right through the heart, central portions of Minnesota. And on up into the northeastern corners of the state, it's just winter weather advisories that extend all the way back into central portions of South Dakota. This is the first of a pair of storms that are going to hit the central states over the next week. The bigger, more significant storm, as we mentioned, is set to unfold over the weekend. Now, that's where our friends in Denver come into play. A shout out to my brother Mark in Denver. Get ready. You're going to be breaking out the snow shovel. You thought you were done with that. No, by no means. Forecasters this past day continue tracking the potential for what they're now saying, a monster snowstorm to pound the Denver area in the coming days, possibly becoming one of the biggest snowstorms in the Mile High City's history. Now, wait a minute. You've seen some pretty big storms in the Mile High City. This looming system threatens to be a long-duration event that could result in snowfall totals that could reach 2 feet in Denver, piling as high as 3 feet, 3 feet in places west of Denver like Boulder and Fort Collins. The heavy snow is going to stretch northward into parts of Wyoming as well. This is really going to be a shocker because it's right behind the spring-like weather we saw in places like Denver, where you've been averaging 20 degrees above normal. You were just under 70 degrees Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday of this week. So yes, it's par for the course, though, in Denver, because we've seen them. You go from 70 one day to a snow the next, but this is going to be pretty significant. You don't typically see a long-duration snow event like this. You'll go from 70 and you'll get a few inches of snow, but typically it warms right back up and melts away in short order. You get 2 to 3 feet of snow, it's going to take a little bit of time to get that off the ground. AccuWeather forecasters monitoring the development of this. They've been talking about it since last week. It was unloading some beneficial rain and heavy mountain snow across California and Nevada this past day. It will begin to strengthen as it pushes inland from the Pacific coast, traveling across the interior west. As it does, it's going to tap into moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. That's where you get the enhanced precipitation. Denver's going to be in the worst location for this storm in terms of heavy snow and gusty winds. Snowfall's going to pick up in intensity across the central and southern Rockies and across Colorado and southeastern Wyoming in particular. Now, here we are just Thursday morning. We're talking a couple days out. We're talking like Saturday into Sunday, where the snowfall rates could be coming down 1 to 3 inches per hour. And as the storm continues, the strong winds will be blowing as well. We could actually potentially be looking at blizzard criteria. The criteria for that would be 3 straight hours of sustained winds or gusts of 40 miles per hour, visibility of a quarter mile or less in the snow or blowing snow. We're going to be approaching that criteria. Gusts could reach as high as 30 miles per hour as the storm first gets underway Saturday. Winds then increase to 40 miles per hour Saturday night, up to 50 miles per hour on Sunday. Travel impacts are going to be significant, and that is all but certain. Roadways like I-25, I-80, we're more than likely going to see shutdowns occurring, probably starting late Saturday and on into Sunday. More than a foot of snow will fall across the compact area. Northeastern Colorado, southeastern Wyoming, and north or southwestern Nebraska. Denver, indeed, expected to pick up 1 to 2 feet of snow. We will have a chance of eclipsing the seasonal total in one storm system. Now, here's where Denver stands right now. They've received 34.1 inches of snow this season. This storm has the potential to rank among the biggest on record for Denver. So what kind of records are we talking about? The record for the biggest storm in the Mile High has stood since 1913. A storm from December 1st through the 5th unloaded 45.7 inches of snow. Coming in at number 2, a storm at March the 17th through the 19th of 2003, where you saw 31.8 inches of snow. Ranking just below that was November the 2nd through the 4th of 1946, a storm that buried Denver under 30.4 inches of snow. Now, it was Christmas Eve of 1982. That storm comes in at number 4, 23.8 inches. And the oldest storm on the top 5 list, April 23rd of 1885, where you picked up just shy of 2 feet. It was 23 inches. This one's probably undoubtedly going to be in the breaking into the top 5. So kind of a historic system. Now, this is one of the concerns as well. The rate of wet, clinging snow is going to be excessive, creating whiteouts, trees and power lines coming down. Blowing and drifting snow is anticipated in the vast open areas and over the ridges and through the passes, of course. Now, several feet of snow is going to pile up over the foothills west of Denver into southeastern Wyoming, where AccuWeather says we could project storm max totals approaching 60 inches. A March snowstorm, not unusual for Denver, as we've been talking in recent days. March is the month they typically pick up the most significant snows for their winter time. But forecasters advising already, unnecessary travel needs to be avoided starting Saturday afternoon through the day Sunday to allow people's safety. And obviously, the road crews are going to be working. We don't need the highways clogged with stalled or disabled cars and trucks. So if your travel plans have you rolling through, again, it's north central and northeastern Colorado, the Nebraska Panhandle, pretty much the entirety of that, and about the southeastern quarter of Wyoming. That's where the winter storm watches right now were in place. By the time we get into Friday, probably that'll be upgraded to winter storm warnings, and we'll see a broader area also seeing winter storm warnings hoisted. Now, due to the risk of power outages from this storm, get prepared. Get the flashlights, get your batteries, make sure your generators are in working order, make sure they're fueled in advance of this storm. It's also a good time to review your operating procedures for generators, like avoiding indoor use. Do not use a generator in the garage or in the basement. Snow from the weekend storm follows a quick hitter here at midweek. We saw a few inches of snow in parts of Wyoming, the Nebraska Panhandle, and southwestern South Dakota. The hardest hit area picked up close to a foot of snow with that. We've actually got one of our top industry headlines where we're not done with these big wintertime pileups that we've been seeing. We had I believe, a 17-vehicle pileup in the Reno area this past day in the snow and icy conditions there. All right, the combination of snow from system number 1 and system number 2 could leave Cheyenne, Wyoming, waist deep in the snow. This pair of storms may end up bringing more than half of an entire season's worth of snow to Cheyenne, where on average 60 inches of snow falls on an annual basis. Projected path of this storm from the Four Corners region of Colorado, Utah, Arizona, and New Mexico to the high plains should allow heavy snow to fall just to the north of the track of that storm. Typically storms that clobber Denver with heavy snow normally tend to bring much less to Colorado Springs and oftentimes very little to no snow in places like Pueblo, Colorado. So any shift in the track of this storm could cause the heaviest snow to move with it, a shift further to the south or north. As a result, people in southern Colorado, western portions of Kansas, as well as northern Wyoming and western South Dakota, you all need to monitor the progress of this system. Portions of northwestern Kansas, central and northeast Nebraska, southern South Dakota, you're going to have temperatures within a few degrees of the freezing mark, which may allow rain or that wintry mix to occur there during the height of the storm. If that mixing is limited or the temperatures drop just a little, you could also be talking very heavy snow in those locations as well. This looming monster storm, it's been on AccuWeather's eye since we could go back to early last week. It's actually the big southward dip in the jet stream that's expected to become a closed low-pressure area, just like the big storm back in 2003. This storm could be very beneficial in boosting the snow levels in the mountains and rain for the lower elevations as the soil conditions range from, in some cases, abnormally dry to where there's actually exceptional drought conditions in parts of Colorado and much of the West. Now, other impacts from this storm will include gusty winds hundreds of miles away from that snow area that will substantially increase the wildfire dangers over portions of the plains and the southwest into this weekend. We're going to be talking red flag warnings. Well, we saw some of those in effect from New Mexico and western Texas this past day. Now, there's also the potential for the severe side of this storm. Severe thunderstorms over the south central states, especially Saturday and into Sunday. That'll be the next page on our traveler's weather, which we'll get to coming up here. So boy, oh boy, nothing like going from 70 degrees and then less than a week later, picking up several feet of snowfall. Gotta love springtime, the change of the seasons. All right, with that underway here on a Thursday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Our number is 844-844-3388. Let's delve into some of our industry headlines here. Well, we've had this on the radar for the trucking industry. An act that could have a profound impact on the owner-operator model for trucking. The House of Representatives, indeed, voted to pass what is being called the PRO Act this past day. Now, if there's a glimmer of hope, according to OOIDA, it appears unlikely this controversial legislation is going to find approval in the Senate. The House vote was 225 to 206 in favor of the Protecting the Right to Organize, or the PRO Act of 2021. This would implement California's ABC test and other union-friendly changes for union elections, bargaining processes, and a number of other policies. The PRO Act also passed the House in the previous congressional session, but it stalled in the Senate. OOIDA opposes the bill, saying they believe it would lead to the strict ABC test being expanded to classify workers under other laws. We're disappointed that the House moved forward with this legislation that would jeopardize the least owner-operator model. But at this point, we do not expect the bill has the 60 votes needed to move forward in the Senate. That, according to OOIDA's Director of Legislative Affairs. Regardless, we're going to have to make sure senators know where we stand on this issue, how this legislation would upend the trucking industry, how it would harm small business truckers. I think the idea is they're wanting you to get on the horn and let your senator know you do not want them to proceed with the PRO Act. But we'll have further updates on that as it moves on to the Senate, of course, to which they will be debating that. Nevada Highway Patrol next on the list, releasing the intense body cam footage. I mentioned a big pileup this past day, the icy chain reaction crash that happened in Reno. This was actually on Tuesday, not Wednesday. US 395, Panther Valley in Reno. It's about 3 o'clock in the morning, Tuesday morning. Police said that pileup was caused by motorists. What do you think? Traveling too fast? Of course, traveling too fast for the icy road conditions. One person was taken to the hospital for treatment of serious injuries following that pileup. All the other injuries, thankfully, were minor. The statement from the Highway Patrol reads, quote, "There's a common theme in weather-related crashes, and it comes down to your speed. If there's inclement weather or slick road conditions, you absolutely have to slow down, give yourself plenty of following distance and time to react. The posted speed limit is meant for ideal weather conditions with dry pavement. When you're traveling at highway speeds with ice or snow, that's not advised. You think it's pretty commonsensical. We are expecting more winter weather over the next few days. Please slow down. Keep yourself safe. Keep yourself visible. Make sure you buckle up. Wear that seatbelt. If you need assistance, don't hesitate to call the Nevada Highway Patrol." Yeah, again, 17 cars. There was one video released of the body cam footage of, I think, some of the officers that had responded to that crash scene. And you can see the devastation there. It's amazing there weren't more injuries. All right, next on the list, starting today. Today's Thursday, March the 11th. State troopers in 6 states are going to be kicking off a 72-hour high-volume traffic enforcement effort in an attempt to catch criminals. Now, how does that work? The 6-state trooper project starts today and runs through the 13th in the states of Indiana, Kentucky, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia, this entire region. During this effort, the next 72 hours, you can expect to see a large number of state police conducting traffic stops with the primary focus on criminal interdiction. Indiana State Police kind of explain why they're focusing on traffic violations in an attempt to nab lawbreakers. We're all kind of thinking, why target traffic violations to catch criminals? Troopers understand the criminal element, by and large, operate in a mobile environment. Criminals regularly must navigate our roadways while they move from point A to point B. By conducting large-scale coordinated road patrols, such as the 6-state trooper project, we effectively create a bigger net for law enforcement to work, they say. We achieve safer roadways with increased traffic enforcement, with an overall commitment to creating safer communities. Get the criminals off the streets is the idea. So the word that they're passing, state police are encouraging drivers who observe high-risk driving behavior. If you suspect impaired driving or you suspect criminal activity, call 911 or call directly to your respective state police. But again, for the next 72 hours, the anticipation is they'll be out in full force. All right, we'll get to all the latest that's going on in the world around us. There's plenty happening out there. As we roll toward our news break here at the bottom of the hour, we've got open lines at 844-3388. Now, let me flip over. If you have not yet downloaded the Overnight Drive radio app on your Android device, they put together a little incentive to do that this past day. And never fear, if you've already done so, you're not going to be left out. I'm looking at the link here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive show expands, now available on Android, podcast, and RSS feed. You download the Android app, or you can listen on demand via many of the various podcast networks. The links are all there. If you go to overnightdriveradio.com. Here for a limited time, here's the deal, though. If you download the app via the Hotshot Secret website, you can get a 20% off code to use on your next order. If you already have downloaded the app, thank you so much for doing so. You just enter your email, and they'll also get you a coupon. So if you go to the Hotshot Secret page, you'll see the link to that. And then, of course, the links for the listening live. They've got the link to the Google Play Store. You've got the link to the YouTube or the Facebook, overnightdriveradio.com links. Podcasts, and darn near anywhere you can listen to podcasts. It's up and running now. And, of course, all the links are there. So I wanted to pass that on. Now, there you go. You can click on your Get My Coupon. But download the app, and there you go. Around the country, it's 844-844-3388. 844-844-3388. Pappy sent me a link to a story this past day. The bridge at Madison and Kenwood was challenged by a cement truck. I'm looking at the photograph here. We've seen so many scenarios where the big trucks go under these low bridges and overpasses. This was a railroad crossing. The sign clearly, the bridge clearly marked 12 feet 0 inches, 12 foot. No human injuries, but the cement truck was a TKO. Engine 49 responded to check out all who were involved, including the bridge. The bridge itself remains undefeated. Okay, that's pretty good. Thank you for sharing that. What else? Santa Claus, he's sharing the stories that just happened here. I-80 eastbound. Okay, this was about 10:30 this past morning at the 4-mile post near Reno. And you got a truck that had slid off and was dangling over the overpass. This is one of those deals. Yeah, the trailer's still on the overpass, but the cab is jackknifed to where that if the driver or a passenger, either one, were to open their door, there's nothing but open space below them. A big drop. Not sure if that was down to a creek or a river or what was below them. One of those deals where you had to get the rescue workers out there to get them out of the truck. I believe everyone did escape safely, but, Santa Claus said, I bet that truck driver was really puckered up after that. No kidding. All right, we'll get your calls coming up here. We've got wide open lines on a Thursday morning at 844-844-3388. Big Moose is out there with us somewhere, rolling up and down the highways tonight, sharing a couple of stories with me. And that's the thing we've all been talking about for days and days. Technically tonight, Joe Biden is supposed to address the nation. Yeah, we talked about that several nights ago. It's all obviously going to be a well-scripted teleprompter sort of event. Biden has not held a news conference or been, if you've watched Saturday Night Live, he has not been imitated on Saturday Night Live since becoming president. You kind of wonder, why not? Is the White House worried about a Biden gaffe? Fox News and other conservative outlets are eagerly promoting speculation. But what's Saturday Night Live afraid of? What's the deal there? We spent 4 years on a weekly basis watching Saturday Night Live tear Donald Trump from one end to the other. But under the new administration, I guess it's all hands off. Well, you don't want to become a part of the cancel culture, right? It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden announced Wednesday that the federal government would order another 100 million doses of the Johnson & Johnson COVID vaccine, calling it a necessary move to ensure the nation is prepared for any contingency.
Today, I'm directing Jeff and my HHS team to produce another 100 million doses and purchase another 100 million doses of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. I'm doing this because in this wartime efforts, we need maximum flexibility. There's always a chance that we'll encounter unexpected challenges, or there'll be a new need for a vaccine effort, a vaccination effort. A lot can happen, a lot can change, and we need to be prepared.
Vaccination efforts in the U.S. have accelerated in the last several weeks, with more than 93 million doses administered and more than 32 million Americans fully vaccinated. This is USA Radio News.
Hey travelers, do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call, because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at ridiculously low prices. Our prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip, or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find ridiculously low prices for you. Call SmartFares today and get the best price on your next flight. Guaranteed. Also, save up to 50% off business and first class tickets.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. Again, that's 800-871-3291.
The overnight
Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, my turn again here. Good to have you with us live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios on a Thursday morning. Let me jump over to... everybody's singing that song. Yeah, Hey Joe, or Where's Joe? Where is he? Now, we start with this past day, and actually had the press corps. Aides to President Biden pushed the press corps away as they were shouting questions at an unresponsive commander-in-chief. Talking his 48th day in office without holding a solo press conference. This particular event occurred at the end of a visit to W.S. Jenks & Son. It's a hardware store in D.C., the store that benefited from a temporary extension, they say, of the Paycheck Protection Program for smaller businesses out there. After quietly watching Biden interact with the owners of the store and the employees for about 10 minutes, reporters started shouting a series of questions to no avail. Immediately after, handlers for the president began yelling back assertively, "Come on, press, you gotta go. Come on, you gotta go." As the entire gaggle of reporters was removed from the scene. I mean, Joe was about 15 to 20 feet away from the press pool. He did not flinch. He did not answer a single one of the questions that were shouted, including a question about the burgeoning crisis on our southern border. Tuesday marked the 48th day. It marked the longest time a commander-in-chief has gone in recent history without holding any sort of a solo press conference. Joe Biden has gone longer than his 15 most recent predecessors. We're talking going back 100 years without taking a question from the press in any sort of a more official forum. All 15 prior presidents held a solo press conference within 33 days of taking office. Now, that's according to the analysis from the American Presidency Project, as they call it. Donald Trump held his first solo conference 27 days after taking office. Barack Obama was 20 days after he took the job. Biden, meanwhile, has neglected to hold a single one, and that doesn't appear to be changing anytime soon. When asked about the matter at a press briefing last Friday, Jen Psaki argued, well, he's too busy. He's too busy managing this historic crisis, the COVID-19 pandemic and all. Well, he's answered questions, she said, on a number of occasions, but no, realistically, he has not. Where's Joe? Then I was talking about the whole Saturday Night Live thing, which they took great pride in 4 years of ripping Donald Trump. There's plenty of food for fodder with what's taking place under this new administration. Is the White House worried about a gaffe? Is Saturday Night Live afraid of making jokes at the president's expense? Producers seem unsure about what to do, despite their historic history of mocking politicians. And realistically, they mocked Bill Clinton. They mocked George W. relentlessly. They went after Obama on a number of occasions. But it's hands off to date for Joe Biden. Maybe both conditions maybe it's circumstantial. Maybe it's too soon to be corrected, but right now, neither looks good. They go into the numbers in regards to not holding a press conference, which we just shared with you. What's going on? All right, with that, our number, 844-844-3388. What are we looking at here? Let's check out some of our comments from our listening friends out there. Fuzzy checking in this morning. Hello, Fuzzy. Good to have you with us. Richard, morning from Florida. Everybody have a fine day. Karen, listening in from Oklahoma. Captain Ron, as usual, checking in. 60 degrees in Ocala, Florida. You know what, Ron? Amazingly, it is 60 degrees outside the Hot Shot secret bunker at this hour. That's the first time I've been able to step outdoors without a jacket on in a while. But yeah, a very comfortable night. I think our overnight low is forecast at like 57 degrees. So I'm enjoying Ocala, Florida kind of weather tonight. I'll take that. Sean checking in. Beautiful night, rolling down 65 there in Kentucky. Morning, cool 43 degrees in Barstow, California. Good morning, Tank. All right, Big Moose. There you go. That's a big 10-4. Got my 10 in the wind, doing it like Pruitt used to do it. Okay. Got to roll. Have a good morning. Thanks for all those checking in this morning. One more here. Dale checking in from Jacksonville. Partly cloudy, 54 degrees in J-Town. Everybody keep up and running tonight. Be safe out there. All right, that's from the live stream, all of our various forums out there. And next on the border crisis, let's move over. One official this past day said, it's not a crisis. It's a full-blown disaster that is occurring on our southern border right now. It's incredible. Texas governor has called out Joe Biden's lack of attention, and he's now taking the matter into his own hands, they tell us. The Texas National Guard will be deploying 500 troops to the southern border with Mexico in an attempt at stemming the activity at the border. Governor said, we'll work to step up and try to fill the gap that the federal government's leaving open, making sure we deploy every resource whether it's the Department of Public Safety, the Texas National Guard, whatever we have to do. Speaking to reporters, Texas is going to fight for the safety and the security of our state. The DPS is adding about 1,200 state police officers to the region. The bolstered National Guard forces will arrive, they tell us, by the end of the week, according to the report from Stars and Stripes. They'd already been training for this deployment, according to the Texas Military Department Major General Tracy Norris. Yeah, we've been supporting the border for our governor and our federal and state partners for over 15 years here, but Abbott has an $800 million budget for border security. That'll fund the extra forces. About 100 of them were used on similar missions last year, and about 1,000 they had to use back in 2019. But so you've got 3,600 National Guard already deployed to the border from the Trump administration. They remain active at this point, but he's bolstering that by another 500. This is a crisis in Texas. The overwhelming number of people crossing the border. Now, this 1 week after the Homeland Security Secretary rejected claims that there's any sort of a crisis on the border. How can they continue to try to say, oh, you pay, nothing, no problem, we've got this handled, we got this covered. There's a challenge at the border, but we're managing it, he says. Department of Homeland Security working around the clock, 7 days a week, to make sure that we do not have a crisis at the border. Yeah, like I said, meanwhile, you've got some officials saying it's already beyond a crisis. It's an absolute disaster. Now, how bad is it when you have the likes of even the Mexican government saying, what the hell are you doing, Joe? That's pretty much what they're saying. Mexican officials are even saying they're concerned about the shift in border policies under Joe Biden, that it is fueling the illegal immigration into the United States and at the same time creating opportunities for organized crime. The report from Reuters citing internal Mexican government assessments. Based on testimony and Mexico's intelligence, to which they note gangs are modifying and expanding their methods of smuggling and gaining customers as what's taking place, the actions in this country, on the U.S. side, is actually incentivizing migration. And I quote, they see him as the migrant president. Many feel they're going to reach the United States. That's the words from Mexico's president, Manuel Obrador. We need to work together to regulate the flow because the business can't be tackled from one day to the next, he said. Among the policies most concerning to Mexican officials is the increased support for victims of gangs and violence, the reduction of the legalization process, the suspension of the Trump-era accords that deported people back to Central America. One assessment also blamed recent Mexican policies like offering COVID-19 vaccines, as well as more services to illegal children migrants, that's encouraging this migration to the north. One Mexican official who spoke to Reuters on condition of anonymity said, organized crime has amended their operations from the day Biden took office, and now we are displaying unprecedented sophistication. Among the change in tactics, here's what they're doing. They're briefing the migrants on the latest U.S. policies and rules. They're using technological means to evade law enforcement, and they're camouflaging their smuggling operations as travel agencies. Also, migrants often travel in small groups rather than the large caravans now. They're increasingly using the less traveled routes. Smugglers using the likes of Facebook, the WhatsApp, Instagram, and YouTube to update the migrants on where the checkpoints are, what the freight train schedules are, places to stay, how to adjust to the immigration laws. Now, again, this is coming from a Mexico official. He went on to tell Reuters, migrants have become a commodity. If a packet of drugs is lost in the sea, it's gone. If migrants are lost, it's human beings we're talking about here. What we do know now is detention at the U.S.-Mexico border last month, in the month of February, the highest in 15 years for that month, reaching levels not seen since any month since 2019. And this is not the peak time of year. Things are just ramping up as you come out of the winter. They've also had some very cold temperatures even into northern Mexico, a time of year where the migrants tend to hold off waiting for the spring when they've got the just right temperatures for traveling. You don't like to wait till the middle of summer when it's 105 degrees trying to reach the border. All right, the lead prosecutor in the state of Chihuahua, a province with the longest stretch of U.S. border, said the higher number of migrants has now resulted in gangs enticing them as drug couriers and kidnapping others. He stressed the United States and Mexico are going to have to adopt policies that are clear and do not encourage illegal immigration. What's going on? And for whatever reason, it appears this administration is, for all practical purposes, all but turning a blind eye to what's going on. All right, we've got available lines around the country. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. What's going on in your world? Let's check in with, I believe is it Fly Rod?
Captain Ron.
Oh, Captain Ron.
It messed it up this time.
It said, because it said Rod, but I said, I know Fly Rods. It's, you know what it says? It says Mom, just checking in. Okay.
Nice.
What's going on,
well, you're
Captain
warmer
Ron?
than me now. It's down to 55 here. I'm about Lake City now. But how does 80 million people don't see what's going on down there at the border?
Yep.
I don't understand it. I don't even know what to say.
It defies all logic.
Calls on this cancel? What's that?
I think the administration. I mean, Joe's the one that pretty much, with all of his executive orders. I mean, he's tied the hands of what they can do along the border, rather than making them stay in Mexico. You wait for your case to be heard before allowing them in. There were 70,000 at one holding facility on the Mexican side of the border. And when Joe, with the stroke of a pen, eliminated the stay in Mexico policy, those 70,000 immediately all just came to the border. They're all coming in droves.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen. It's not looking good, if you want my opinion.
No, sir.
Who makes these calls on this cancel culture? Like, you can't even say normal now.
Yeah. You can't have normal hair or normal skin or.
Yeah, you can't have normal blood work or normal this or that. I'd like to know who makes those calls. And I don't even know where the end of this PC slope is going to be. Do you?
I never thought I'd see the day where it is. I mean, even where it's at now, but it's incredible.
I know. I couldn't imagine it. Well, I was just calling to check in. I haven't called in a few days, so by the time I get to call in, you've already stole my thunder, so I don't call.
Yeah, I'm glad to have you with us this morning. Your phones are quiet at this hour, so thank you so much for checking in. So,
well, I'm out here enjoying the show as usual.
Well, be safe, and thanks for...
Have a good night.
Thanks for
Let
allowing us
somebody else in here to...
You got it. Well, thank you so much for allowing some of your nice, beautiful Florida weather come our way. It's not going to be very long-lived, but it's one day at a time, because here we are, the 11th day of March. We're less than 10 days to the official arrival of spring. Ready or not, here it comes. Change of the seasons. All right, again, it's 844-3388. Interesting out of across the pond, as we call it. There are thousands and thousands of websites that are down. Here's where it comes into our continued growing dependence on the likes of the internet, the cloud and cloud services. And what happens? The cloud's supposed to be the backup. The cloud is where if you lose your stuff, the cloud, you get it back. It's my understanding. It's probably a whole lot more than that. A fire at a French cloud servicing firm disrupting, according to this report from Reuters, millions of websites, knocking out government agencies' portals, banks, shops, news websites. Taking out a big chunk of the .fr website, web space that would be like the French internet connections. Fire broke out shortly after midnight this past day at a firm known as OVH Cloud, destroying one of 4 data centers in Strasbourg, eastern France. It also damaged another of the 4 facilities. No immediate explanation for what caused the blaze, which erupted just 2 days after the French cloud computing firm kicked off their plans for an initial public offering, an IPO. Europe's largest cloud services provider told clients, including the French government, that a number of sites, the cryptocurrency exchange, Durabit, advising them activate your disaster recovery plans. Firefighters were immediately on the scene but could not control the fire, they say, in the data center. The plan for the next couple of weeks will include rebuilding the center's equipment, checking on their fiber optic connections. I guess that means some of these sites may be down for an extended period of time. Had 100 firefighters fighting the blaze, sending a big plume of black smoke into the night sky. Now, founded by Klaba in 1999, OVH Cloud is a big service that actually competes against some of the U.S. giants, Amazon Web Services, Microsoft's Azure, Alphabet Incorporated's Google Cloud. Those are the ones that kind of dominate the market, but they tell us OVH is a pretty important hosting company on the internet. According to the guy who directs the UK-based network security company Netcraft, he said these affected servers hosted 3.6 million websites, including some niche government platforms in France, Britain, Poland, the Ivory Coast. I guess the good news for us is that's pretty much, it sounds like most of the interruption is confined to overseas, but all right, let's get back to our calls here on a Thursday morning. What's happening this morning? Ron, what do you say? What's been going on?
Hey, how are you there? Wanted just to announce that Ronnie had his little baby boy today.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I'm a grandfather again.
Again? Now they're starting to add up, aren't they?
Yeah. We don't have a family; we have a tribe. So it's over there. I don't know what's going on.
Does that make you start feeling a little
older?
older?
Listen, I want to talk to you about this. Yeah, I want to talk to you about these cloud thing because, I mean, even though they have all these servers and so forth, there's redundancy across, even international servers and so forth. So, I mean, they're going to be able to back that stuff up a lot. The thing that people don't realize, though, is the cryptocurrency, and cryptocurrency, just look at it as just trading, okay? It's such a high-tech name, but it's trading. You're just trading one name for another. I'll give you an example, Bitcoin to Litecoin. Okay, the only reason that they created Litecoin is to off-market the Bitcoin, which would be digital gold. Litecoin would be digital silver. Okay, it's just exchange. But that would be the hard part, because if they lost servers over there with their keys, their 25-digit keys, it's gone forever. I mean, unless you have that key, your cryptocurrency is gone. So they should have redundancies on this, especially for a sovereign nation.
Are you familiar?
Did you hear anything about that?
Are you familiar with the cryptocurrency? What's an exchange? Is that where you trade your varying cryptocurrency with a Durabit?
Right. Well, here's how cryptocurrency works, and I'm going to make it very, very simple. In 2013, there was a group of people, or even one people, we don't even know who it was, that invented Bitcoin. Okay, and he invented it as gold on digital platform on the internet. And what that means is there's no central person, no central government, no central bank that controls Bitcoin. It's millions and millions and millions of different people across the United States on their computers that have bought into that coin. Now, the thing about Bitcoin, why it's so damn high right now, is because there's only 21 million coins. Okay? They will never make any more. So if you think about that, 21 million coins, once they're bought, it's a supply and demand type thing. It's going to go skyrocketing. They're expecting Bitcoin to be right up about $140,000 per coin by the end of this year. Okay? So that's going to take the other coins up also. This is the future of money. I know this scares the hell out of 30 and 40 and 50-year-olds, but guess what? Our kids and our grandkids are going to be exchanging cryptocurrency over Visa and debit cards and banks, because nobody has control over it, but it's completely secure. And the reason it's completely secure is because everybody is involved in the blockchain. That's what it's called.
The blockchain.
Okay? Meaning that there's millions and billions of people that have have bought minute portions of Bitcoin, and it's all safe in their computer. But if they lose that key, a 25-digit key, it's over. Give you an example. There was a guy who threw away his hard drive over in England a couple months ago. Maybe a couple months ago.
I saw that.
I think you heard about that, right?
Yeah, he was asking permission to go into the land. He wanted to go into the landfill to try to search for the damn thing, because it was. But he had several $1 million worth of.
He went into the landfill, and he almost found. He thinks they almost found it, but it was destroyed. But let me explain this to the caller. It's crazy. Now listen to this. All that Bitcoin will never be back again. That means if anybody finds it down the road and finds this hard drive and is able to pull that out, they're worth millions, and probably at that time in the future, billions of dollars. He had over, I think, 4,000 Bitcoins. You do that, do the math, 4,100 Bitcoins at $54,000 a piece. That's a lot of money, man.
But that's a lot of money. But nothing that actually backs it. I mean, what backs it up? There's nothing. It's not a value in gold or silver or any sort of actual commodity.
No. There's no value. The way this works is that the people that developed this, okay, or the person that developed, they don't really know who it was back in about 10 years ago who actually developed it. It was a Japanese mathematician actually that did it, but he set it at only 21 million coins. And what that means is that it's not a central bank. See, we think about everything as a central bank. Think about it this way. You get your paycheck, it goes through direct deposit, it goes into a bank, and then it's deposited in your account to whatever bank it is.
Right.
There's several steps to this. Well, when you buy Bitcoin, you buy it and it's on your PC, on your phone. It's extremely secure as long as you know how to keep it. Now, the way people do it is that they print off the keys. So if I went out and bought $1,000 worth of Bitcoin, okay, at $54,000 per coin, I'm going to get a piece of that. It's just like trading. It's on the same format as stocks. The only difference is stocks are infinite. Okay, you can always buy more and more and more stocks. Well, certain coins are not going to be infinite. That's why they're shooting up so high, supply and demand. I don't know if that explains it or not, but nobody owns it. It's a huge network across the United of people that have little bits and pieces of that coin instead of one central bank, and that's what people wanted.
Yeah, you can't. It all sounds so Greek to me. I haven't really been able to understand it. Yeah, we're a little bit behind here. We got to get our top of the hour a news update here. We'll come back with more. Hang in there. It's nothing backing it up. You don't physically see it. I mean, you see pictures of what looks like an actual coin. It says Bitcoin, but those are just pictures. There's no actual physical coin to take out of my hand and put in your hand. It's all in the cloud and on the internet. But it is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The House has passed the $1.9 trillion COVID relief package. After the bill's passage, Speaker Nancy Pelosi touted the importance of the legislation.
So on this occasion, and I think I can safely say, and I've said this to my colleagues in the House on the Democratic side, this is the most consequential legislation that many of us will ever be a party to.
No Republican member of the House voted for the package. Texas GOP Congressman Jody Arrington criticized the bill for being a blue state bailout instead of COVID relief.
It's because Speaker Pelosi is throwing your tax dollars at Democrat cronies like a float captain throws beads at a Mardi Gras parade. Bailouts for union pensions, bailouts for cash flush states like California, bailouts for schools who still refuse to open their doors to struggling students.
President Biden is expected to sign the bill before the weekend when federal unemployment benefits would expire. This is USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
The product that you have given me here is, as far as I'm concerned, sent to me from heaven. I love it a great deal. It's hard to find anything that's real nowadays. I enjoy it immensely. It's making my life so much better. I feel so much better. And during this pandemic, I have no worries whatsoever. My immune system has got to be at a top-notch level. I don't seem to get colds or anything. I don't know what getting sick is anymore. This is so cool.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or by going to balanceofnature.com and make sure to receive this special radio offer by using discount code USA.
President Biden announced Wednesday that the federal government would order another 100 million doses of the Johnson & Johnson COVID vaccine, calling it a necessary move to ensure the nation is prepared for any contingency.
Today, I'm directing Jeff and my HHS team to produce another 100 million doses and purchase another 100 million doses of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. I'm doing this because in this wartime efforts, we need maximum flexibility. There's always a chance that we'll encounter unexpected challenges, or there'll be a new need for a vaccine effort, a vaccination effort. A lot can happen, a lot can change, and we need to be prepared.
The White House says any surplus vaccines would be shared with other countries. Vaccination efforts in the U.S. have accelerated in the last several weeks, with more than 93 million doses administered and more than 32 million Americans fully vaccinated. This is USA Radio News.
At the American Veterinary Medical Association annual convention in Washington, D.C., I spoke with Dr. John Howe, AVMA president, about One Health.
One Health is really a collaboration between physicians and veterinarians or public health officials. For example, in Minnesota, our state public health veterinarian deals with zoonotic diseases, rabies, for example. Animals are sentinels for humans, and humans are sentinels for some infections in animals.
There's more valuable information at avma.org.
If you're tired of springing forward and falling back, there's a move in the Senate to do away with daylight savings time. Lance Pry has the story from the USA Radio News West Coast Bureau.
A bipartisan group of senators have renewed efforts to permanently end the twice-a-year daylight savings time transition. First incorporated on July 1st, 1908, the residents of Port Arthur, Ontario, Canada, initiated the plan. In 1970, Port Arthur became Thunder Bay, and with nearly 2,200 hours of sunlight each year, Thunder Bay is the sunniest city in eastern Canada. The time change was first initiated in the United States during World War I, and then reinstituted again during World War II, all a part of the war effort's energy-saving plan. Senator Cindy Hyde-Smith, a Republican from Mississippi, says the public safety improvements, economic benefits, as the well-being of the American people are all excellent, credible reasons to embrace year-long daylight savings time. End quote. Arizona and Hawaii are the only states that do not participate in DST. Oh, and by the way, daylight savings time is this weekend as we spring forward 1 hour early Sunday morning. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And University of Kansas Athletic Director Jeff Long is stepping down, just days after letting go of head football coach Les Miles for allegations of inappropriate behavior with female students during his time at LSU. Long hired Miles in 2018 and said he'd done his due diligence on the coach in the hiring process. In a statement, Long said he no longer wanted to be a distraction to the athletes at the school. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, underway, hour number 2. Here on a Thursday morning. All right, get more on our traveler's weather. Again, there's going to be a severe weather side. A couple of rounds of potential severe weather. Between now and through the upcoming weekend, System 2 is the one of greater concern. Starting this weekend. Big snows for some, big rains for others. We'll break that all down for you. Meanwhile, we've got lines available. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. I wanted to get back here and finish up with Ron. So again, I am just I'm befuddled by the fact that there's nothing that actually backs it up. There's going to be a finite amount, and if there's only a finite amount to go around, you're gonna. So right now it's just 54,000 American dollars is what I would have to pay to get to purchase
one Bitcoin. One Bitcoin, correct. Now, think of it this way. We have been brought up to believe that there's an asset that backs our dollar, right? Like the federal government. It used to be the gold standard, but now it's the federal government. We believe in the United States federal government with the way it stands, and that's the value of our dollar. $100 bills, $50 bills, and so forth. What crypto does is it gives the power back to the person. So when you go out and you purchase a $54,000 Bitcoin, you go to an exchange that actually has something that, and we'll get into this a little bit later, but basically got the Bitcoin, and then you went out and you paid US dollars at the time, just like you would buy a stock, and you would get a key. This is your physical key. The only way this is physical is if you print it out and store it somewhere. That's forever your key. Meaning if you die, it's in limbo. If you decide you want to split it up, you put it into a wallet, a digital wallet, and you can break it up and buy Subways. I think Subway's got Bitcoin now. You can pay your Ohio State income tax on it now,
Really?
your property tax with Bitcoin. Yeah, it's crazy. So, but the only thing that you have is physical to tell you in the Bitcoin world is a 25-digit key, and that's extremely important. So what you would do is that you would print that key out and you put it in several different places. So it would be very safe if you bought one Bitcoin at $54,000. It's going to go up. So in our mind, we think of currency is based on two things, either gold or silver in some countries, or the government and the people that stand behind that currency. With cryptocurrency, that's all gone. It's all about having the Bitcoin out there that they can exchange services with through people. It's just an exchange, and you control how much you buy through Coinbase, Crypto.com. These are different places that you can go and sign up to actually start buying it with U.S. dollars and converting it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, kind of. My understanding was, as far as like the U.S. dollar, we have this incredible amount of debt right now, and it's growing with each passing day, but it's based on the fact that there are men and women, people that are willing to work and produce goods, produce products,
Correct.
Produce commodities. You're banking on the fact that the workforce in the country will be able to produce to give you something in return for that dollar.
But that's only in the United States, Steve. See, this is the thing. This is why this is becoming so popular. When you go over into Sri Lanka or some of these third world countries, you could be a very wealthy person. You put it in the bank, and they'll take half of it. So the cryptocurrencies, when you put the money, the exchange of that country into cryptocurrency, it's all yours. Nobody can touch it because you have the key. It's an individual process versus a centralized process. Does that make sense? So if Steve Sommers decided tomorrow he wanted to buy a Bitcoin for $55,000, I'll round it up. We would go out, we would set you up with a Coinbase account or a crypto account. You would then transfer the $54,000 by bank account. It'll take about 2 or 3 days. And then once it hits the actual Coinbase processing station, it will purchase $54,000 worth of Bitcoin at that time. It will then put it into a wallet for you. That wallet has a key. That key you print out or you save it somewhere in the cloud. And I'm going to get back to that cloud because the cloud is so important because it's interchange, meaning that it's redundant. If one node goes down, 10 other nodes will pick up the slack for that node that went down. So it's the same thing with cryptocurrency, and they probably over in France have got banks of cryptocurrency servers with millions and probably billions of dollars worth of crypto, and it's got to be backed up. I don't believe it's not, but that's kind of a scenario of what crypto is, and it's coming. JP Morgan Chase just bought a ton of crypto. There's different versions of crypto that you can buy. Myself personally, I'm buying Doge coins. Doge coins are a big thing right now. And what they are, they're coins that billionaires exchange money with between their companies across the world. Just billionaires. So it is very low. It's like 4 cents per coin right now.
Okay, I can afford some of those.
So you want to...
Right?
What?
I could afford some of those. I could buy some of those. Hell, I'd have to sell my house and all my personal goods to buy a couple of Bitcoins. What the hell?
I paid $522 and got 8,700 Doge coins at 4 cents a piece. So now think of it this way, and this is exciting. Bitcoin's the big guy, Ethereum's the second guy, and Litecoin's the third guy. When they start to take off, they bring everybody with them. So when you buy under $5 or $10 coins, they're going to go up eventually. It's a long-term investment. And then you can exchange them or do whatever you want with them. So, yeah. Think of it this way. If Dogecoin goes to $3 per coin and I bought it at 4 cents and I got 8,000 of them, How much money is that?
You got a lot of
That's
money all of a sudden. Yeah. Has any cryptocurrency just gone belly up? Have any just magically disappeared to date?
No. There's actually more and more people are doing. There's things called forks in the road, and what that means is that you got a Bitcoin, then you got Bitcoin Cash, Bitcoin Exchange, Bitcoin Pay. You want to stay away from most of those. You want to go with the coins that have limited amounts. Like Litecoin is got a certain amount, and then they're done. Bitcoin's got a certain amount, and then they're done. Stellar is another one that's it's being exchanged for businesses. What businesses are starting to see about this is that they can exchange their money for crypto and be able to transmit this information or this stuff immediately. Now, if you buy crypto in the United States, it is considered an asset. If you buy crypto from another exchange outside the United States, it's not considered an asset. So you got to really do your research on it. You know, I've got a Coinbase account and I've got a crypto account, and both of them I've got a little bit of money in them. But the other day, somebody told me, he said, "Look, why don't you put it into Dogecoins, because the big companies." Who's the guy on Shark Tank that owns that basketball company? What's his name?
Yeah, I know.
Cuban?
Yeah, right, Mark Cuban, yeah.
Cuban? Okay. He's buying a lot of Dogecoins right now because the billionaire market, which we don't even see, is exchanging so much money back and forth between them. They're going to start to use more and more currency or cryptocurrency. Facebook is coming out with Libra, their own coin. So eventually you're going to have to purchase and convert US dollars into Libra in order to buy services through Facebook. That will be their currency. And the government's trying to stop them to do it right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's fascinating because, you know, it's the difference between going from cash until credit back in the 50s. We didn't really understand what it was. But this is a huge, huge deal for the next generation that's coming up. I mean, my daughters, who are 15 and 14, you know, they already got their crypto accounts and they exchange money back and forth with each other. You know, we're starting to get our generation into it through Cash App and through Venmo, Zelle, different places like that. But when it comes back to what you were saying at the beginning of the show about, you know, this data center being burned, and it probably get about 10, 15%, but most of those servers are pretty secure, and they can probably pull a lot of that information off those drives. So that's just a little education for everybody tonight.
Again, I mean, I've been talking about it for years, and from 1 year, it's like, okay, it's a big bubble, it's going to burst, and it drops, and then it comes back, and then it's just, but the trend has been up and up and up, right? That's what we've been seeing as of late.
Correct. If you were to buy $1,000 worth of Bitcoin in 2014, you do the math. It's over $1 million or some dollars.
I'd be a very wealthy man right about today. Yeah. And that's kind of funny because I remember you sitting there and we were talking about its inception, and I didn't really even understand what it was. Yeah, Ron believed in it from the beginning. I'm still skeptical. If there's nothing to physically back it up, I don't understand how there's any worth. Yeah, your coins could be made out of lead for all practical purposes. It's worthless. But I digress. All right, lines available at 844-844-3388. Are you clear as mud now on cryptocurrency? Let me see here. Hey, there's only a few days left here. And I really thought the numbers would be higher. We spoke several weeks ago to Sarah Lee, the Waypoint Vets, where they've got their the fundraiser going right now, the GoFundMe page that we had shared with you, and of course, this is 100% of any contribution to Waypoint Vets goes directly toward their adventures to make these things possible for deserving veterans. The board, the officers, that they all are volunteers. Their sole priority is on, according to their website, uniting, empowering, and serving the veteran community. But the point was that Hotshot Secret had jumped on the bandwagon to match dollar for dollar donations to the fundraising here. The goal was to get to $30,000. You've got till the 15th of March. It's the 11th. There's 5 days left. They've reached 12,000. I'm looking right now, according to the GoFundMe page, 12,185. So not quite to the halfway point, but only 5 days left. If you go to Waypoint Vets, WAYPOINT, waypointvets.org, O-R-G, you can read all about them. And if you missed our program, you can go back and see listen to the podcast where Sarah spent an hour and a half with us explaining exactly what they do and what their adventures are all about. And Chris Grabelchik with Hotshot Secret sat down with her, heard her story, and said, "You know what? I'm all in with you, and I'll back you up." He pretty much financed their one adventure that they did last year, and trying to help them raise funds for, I believe they've got 5 different adventures, as they call them, lined up for veterans here in 2021. So if you don't mind, you can give $5. You can give $20. Some people can, someone 13 hours ago, an anonymous contributor gave $500. Yeah, whatever you can, but it's a great veterans organization. So waypointvets.org, just 5 days left. Rolling up on 24 past the hour. Now let me flip over here. Steve Bannon. Not a big fan of that guy. Big Ed. He's a real thorn in the side of Big Ed. More or less the fact that Donald Trump actually gave him a free pass before leaving office. But former White House chief strategist Steve Bannon is saying prepare for a transition to President Harris. He was speaking with the author of a book entitled Biden Unauthorized, Mike McCormick, on his podcast. Bannon pointed to a photo of Biden on the cover of that book that was taken several years ago that kind of showed a glint in the eyes of Joe Biden, the longtime senator, the former vice president, to which he said, his eyes are dead. His eyes are now dead. Kamala Harris has a much greater role than any previous vice president. She's meeting, talking with foreign leaders. Kamala Harris is printed up in the playbooks. She's always there for the meetings. Yeah, Mike Pence, the former vice president, he was never that. That's not the role of the vice president. And again, we spoke last evening that she's on her, I think she spoke now to a half dozen world leaders: Benjamin Netanyahu, the French President Macron, Canadian Prime Minister Trudeau, and several others. And just Kamala's handling the duties that are typically the responsibility, the job of the President of the United States. I think, like him or not, I think he is correct in the fact that this is going to be a fast track train to a Harris presidency. Hey, good morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Yeah, old Kamala, she's going to be the next one, dude. Old Joe, he ain't even going to make 6 months, I don't think. Anyway, that guy on that Bitcoin, I think that's all a bunch of Crocker Sam Houston Institute of Technology.
Right.
Because there ain't nothing better than holding something in your hand and seeing it. And that Bitcoin is just like that stock market. When that stock market goes south, you've done lost everything. But there ain't no FDIC for that stock market there, right? I want to thank you for that wind tunnel test out there in Oklahoma yesterday. You just really made my day.
Oh, yeah.
Your mama ought to wear your britches out with a switch. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that out loud. But we have nothing to worry about, Steve. The big man is in charge. He's got it all together there. I hope they keep building that fence around the Capitol, because when they're done, they need to lock the gates, and then the entire swamp will finally be in jail. How about that? Would that work?
Works for me, yes, sir.
Well, let's bump on that speed limiter we was talking about last night there. You know, it's 85 miles an hour down there in Texas, 80 out there in Oklahoma. The minimum speed is 65 miles an hour. Some of them boys can't even do that, them ATA trucks. So they can't even get on the toll road, not legally anyway.
Right.
I think the states need to pass laws that trucks must be able to run the maximum speed limit in order to go into their state to prevent people from impeding the flow of traffic in the left lane. When you get one of them dummies out in the left lane trying to pass another dummy, hey, it don't work too well, right?
Especially
if they get them to all run.
Especially if you're if you're in a 75, 80 mile per hour zone. I mean, you know, we've all been there, and it's a pain in the ass. Even like in Ohio, where if the speed limit is 70, and you get two of them, 63 mile per hour trucks, one trying to pass the other. Think of the backup you get when the flow of traffic's going 80.
Oh yeah, well, ain't nobody driving the speed limit anyway. Most of them run up at least 5 over. Some of them are doing 100 mile an hour out here. I have them pass me all the time. Besides, if you get trucks running the speed limit, that means they'll have to buy more fuel, more taxes coming in, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to tell you about a truck driver that had a bad day out there in Oklahoma. On their toll road, it's got 3 lanes, Pike Pass. Then the second lane is exact coins, no trucks allowed. Third one's cash lane. Well, guess what lane that dumbass truck driver got into? And he got stuck, tore up a toll booth, tore up his truck, had one of them Oklahoma State troopers on his dome. So he was having a bad day out there. I'm glad it was not me there, right?
No doubt about it.
I read where Governor Pepe Le Pew, he reached under this woman's blouse and got him a real good feel.
Yep.
Come on now.
Yep.
You know, he can fight it all he wants, boy, but he's fixing to go downhill. That's all of my baloney for right now. I'll call in that loneliest hour tonight.
I'll look forward to that. Thank you
morning.
so much. Thank you. Have a great morning yourself. All right, lines available at 844-3388. Great to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The White House announced Wednesday that the federal government was ordering another 100 million doses of the Johnson & Johnson COVID vaccine in a move to help meet the goal of having enough vaccines for anyone who wants one by the end of May. Dr. Scott Gottlieb believes that will help get 100 million Americans vaccinated by early April. The former commissioner of the FDA tells CNBC that the hard part going forward will be drumming up demand after the supply increases.
Yeah, I think that the supply is increasing quickly, and I think the bigger issue is going to be demand pretty soon. We're going to have more supply than demand. After we work off the really intense demand that we're seeing right now, particularly from older Americans, I think we're going to see demand start to drop off. We'll get 100 million Americans vaccinated probably by early April. We'll probably get to 125, maybe 150 million Americans vaccinated. But beyond that, it's going to be difficult, and I think we will need to stimulate demand.
This is USA Radio News.
Are you struggling with addiction or alcohol problems? If you're depressed, drinking, and using drugs, you may need help. And the Affordable Care Act guarantees coverage of substance abuse.
I knew I could get myself out of this. I just needed some hope and some help.
I took the first step to recovery when I made the call.
Call the Addiction Hope and Helpline now for a free assessment with someone who cares. Call 800-854-1055, 800-854-1055, 1055.
I feel like I'm losing control. I'm afraid I'll lose my job or even my family.
Call now for hope and help with proven, gentle recovery programs.
I never thought that I could be somebody who didn't drink and use drugs.
I'm in recovery, getting the help I need.
Call the Addiction Hope and Helpline now for a free assessment with someone who cares. Call 800-854-1055, 800-854-1055, 800-854-1055.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Well, yes, it is. And welcome back. Here on a Thursday, what are we looking at? It's 844-844-3388. We're talking about Bitcoin. Spaceman had a question. When you purchase Bitcoin with your real money, fork over $54,000 for a Bitcoin. Who has that money? What's done with that actual money? Well, like I said, Spaceman, it's still kind of Greek to me. I don't know. I mean, to some extent, it sounds kind of like a big pyramid scheme to me, but it's because I'm not all high tech in this new world order of currency and cryptocurrency. All right, Peggy sent me a link this past day. We've been talking about this for several years. In the trucking industry, we're all very well familiar with the Central States Pension Fund. On the brink of going under. What happens to those thousands of drivers that are now retired? Others that have been working for many, many years, expecting something when they do retire, who stand to get literally pennies on the dollar. Even the pension fund backup plan doesn't have enough to cover it. Now, this, Peggy says, this article mentions pension funds for truck drivers, but read in the last paragraph how weasel worded the bill is. It says the funds cannot be used to bail out union pension funds, but they'll send the money to the states who can use the money for supposedly something credible to tell the public about. But under the table, you give the actual money from the bill to the unions to beef up their pension funds. What crooks these people are. Anyway, I enjoy your show. Keep up the great work. Take care. All right, what it is, tucked inside the $1.9 trillion stimulus, which now has been passed. It is now awaiting the president's signature, which will be coming either today or tomorrow. Buried in that is an $86 billion aid package that has nothing to do with COVID. The $86 billion is a taxpayer bailout for about 185 union pension plans that are so close to collapse that without the rescue, more than 1 million retired truck drivers, retail clerks, builders, and others would be forced to forego their retirement income. We're talking the multi-employer pension plans that brings groups of companies together with the union to provide guaranteed benefits. All told, about 1,400 of the plans cover about 10.7 million active and retired workers, oftentimes in fields like construction, where the workers move from job to job. So the House and the Senate stimulus measures would give the weakest plans enough money to pay hundreds of thousands of retirees, a number that will grow, obviously, as the baby boomer generation continues to retire. It will give them their full pension for the next 30 years. The provision does not require the plans to pay back the bailout, freeze accruals, or to end the practices that led to the current distress in their funds, which actually means the troubles could just reoccur. Nor does it explain what happens when the taxpayer money runs out 30 years from now. Moreover, the Wall Street Journal noted on Wednesday the Democrats' bill provides $360 billion with a B in relief for states, some of which will be used to bail out the ailing state pension funds. Much of this relief is inevitably going to flow to government union pension funds, which are underfunded in states like Illinois, New Jersey, and Connecticut. In order to inoculate themselves from Republican attacks, Democrats specified in the bill that the relief funds may not be used, as we said, for deposit into any pension fund, but money is fungible. States can pay out their general funds for pensions and use the federal cash for something else. Really, it's just a sleight of hand. You can't take the bailout money and put it in this pension fund, right, for your state. You can take your state's general fund, put it in the pension fund, take the federal funds and put it back in your... It's just a roundabout way of bailing out. The Journal's Jason Riley described the bill as, quote, the largest expansion of the welfare state since Lyndon Johnson's Great Society. In a roundabout way, yes, the Democrats have succeeded. Lock, stock, and barrel. They have succeeded in garnering their proverbial wish list, slush fund, expansion of the Great Society, reliance on government, greatest since Lyndon Johnson. To that, I would have to agree. Well, good morning to Horse Feathers. What's happening?
Morning, Your Honor. So you're saying it's just a giant shell game with the money?
Absolutely.
So put it under this shell, move the shells around, and pick up this shell, and oh, hey, look, there it is. There, isn't that amazing? Yeah. So anyways, I heard something about that cryptocurrency that they were actually using those gold foiled chocolate coins. Have you heard anything about that at all? That the cryptocurrency is those gold foiled chocolate coins like you get for your grandkids for Christmas?
Right, and they're little satchels. Yeah, I loved those as a kid.
Oh, that way if it goes bad, you can take the foil off and at least you'll have the chocolate to eat at the end. So, but hey, last night you were playing with your lights. I don't know. Are you still playing with them tonight or not? Or what you picking for a color tonight? Or are you back to the hot shot green?
I just, I didn't take it back as green as it was, I don't think. But, what's your preference?
Right. Well, what I was thinking is if you could get a monitor rigged up to your blood pressure, you could have the lights automatically change with the rate of your blood pressure for each phone call, so we could see how you're doing there. Like you had that one guy call in there that used to just about blow your stack. It'd be kind of interesting to watch the lights change from like a mild meat green through the pink and the little, then get a little red and maybe start turning purple. And I don't know. I just wondering if we could rig it up that way at all.
Steve just talked to the minister, and all of a sudden the room is red.
There you go. Watch out when it turns purple, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So,
oh my.
But anyways, there. So, I was glad to hear you talk a little bit more about Waypoint Vets because I did get my donation into their GoFundMe, and I hope everybody else at least tosses in a couple nickels here and there if they can. So that'd be a good deal for them because that anything we can do to help out our guys that have done everything they can for us, So, but I heard you talking about the teachers union there last night. Out there in California, they said they don't want their teachers when they go on spring break vacation, partying at the beaches and drinking in the bars and all that to post their pictures. I think everybody else ought to be on the lookout for teachers and start posting up pictures of teachers so that, if they can be out there in all those places doing that, there's no reason they can't be in the classroom teaching.
Hanging out poolside at the hotel, the packed out pool, hanging out at the beach, hanging out at the bar, you're having a good old time, but we can't go back to class. We might get COVID.
I know it. And they all can come to Maryland now if they want because our governor has now ruled that our state's going to be wide open. So Maryland's wide open for anybody that wants to come. But wait a minute. Baltimore City decided the virus is still in Baltimore City. So don't come to Baltimore City, but the rest of the state of Maryland's wide open. You got Ocean City and down there by D.C. we got a Six Flags. You can come to that. I guess all those will be all wide open. I guess they did tell people that if you want to have the mask to be worn in your place of business or your establishment or whatever, you can still ask people to wear the mask, but I guess it's not going to be required anymore. So I guess I got a thing there that showed Dr. Fauci wearing a fan on his head that says if you wear the fan on your head, it'll blow the virus away and you don't need a mask.
I saw that.
So
yes,
I don't know if there'll be enough fans left over to put on top of the trailers anymore. I was thinking of helping Doc Holliday out there with that whole deal. But if everybody's wearing a fan on their head, I don't know if they can do that. But maybe if they start making those electric cars as convertibles, if you wear the fan on your head, then that'll help with your car. The electric car that's the convertible. But anyways, I don't know. I guess that's probably about enough of my nonsense there. So. Anyway, looks like a nice day today. Actually, can I be the first one to say it? Can I be the first one to say it, please?
What's that?
Because when this afternoon rolls around and it's 78 degrees, I want to say it's too hot. It's too hot.
Yeah, there you go. I don't want to hear that.
All right. Very good, Your Honor. Hey, one last thing there. I was talking to somebody the other day there, and I'll do this and I'll move it away here. But I got told if my microphone on this Pluto Dual headset gets to be about, it goes real quiet, and then if I bring it back like real close to my proximity of the edge of my mouth, then it gets better. So So what was your opinion on the 2 inches away? Did it seem to get quieter?
When you moved it 2 inches away, you essentially disappeared.
All right. Well,
It was all
there you
but
go.
gone.
That's how close you. That's how close you have to be for the noise canceling effect of the microphone on this Pluto Duo. It's within 2 inches.
Okay.
So
very good.
Anyways, but hey, with all that, appreciate you being here, and we'll look forward to that Hot Shot Secret deal they're going on with that, putting the app on the Android and see if we can get us a 20% off code there, because I run the tablets an Android device, so we'll look and see if we can do that.
There you go.
So appreciate that to them and having you on, and we'll chat at you later, and you can go try to find the more intelligent callers.
Thank you very much, Horse Feathers. Let me see here. Speaking of our sponsors, the reason we're here, Hot Shot Secret. They got, of course, getting more and more into the racing world. Kyle already spent a couple of weeks down south, had the South Georgia Motorsports Park, and then it was on to the Diesels on the Beach. Had a good time there, apparently. Coming up here in fairly short order, got a couple of different events. Loose Rocker St. Patrick's Top ET 300K at Gallant Motorsports Park, Benson, North Carolina. Hot Shot Secret is sponsoring the free live stream of this event on Motor Mania TV. Now, Kyle said this is a large bracket style drag racing event with all kinds of cars. If you like drag racing, check it out. Guess that's coming up here, not this weekend, but the following, the St. Patrick's Day weekend. St. Patty's Day is on the 17th, I believe, right? All right, the NTPA, Shipshewana Spring Nationals. That's the NTPE. That's the truck and tractor pooling, which as a youngster, my grandfather and my oldest uncle used to take me and the younger uncle. Yeah, we used to go down to the Riverfront Coliseum and see the indoor truck and tractor pulls. And, of course, we'd always go up to the Ohio State Fair there in Columbus and watch the tractor pulls. It's been so many years since I've seen a live tractor pulls. Good times, though. Well, the season kicks off indoors with the 2021 Shipshewana Spring Nationals coming up March 19th and 20 at the Michiana Event Center. The second annual Shipshewana Spring Nationals indoor truck and tractor pull and the Michiana Farm Show featuring Pro Stock, Hot Farm, Super Farm, Limited Pro Stock tractors, and Pro Stock Diesel 3.0 4x4 trucks. Hot Shot Secret is an official sponsor of the NTPA and Diesel Extreme. Hot Shot's Diesel Extreme is the official fuel additive, there you go, of the NTPA. Hot Shot's Diesel Extreme. Yeah, one of the top products. You got a diesel. Yeah, you need the Diesel Extreme, you need the Stiction Eliminator, and these are the products that are being run in some of the best in the tractor pool arena. We're setting world records for the world's fastest diesel truck. Less than 2 weeks ago at South Georgia Motorsports Park, they'll be working throughout the season, which is now just fresh underway, see if they can even best their own world record. A couple of fun events coming up here. Good morning, Big Moose.
It's a word, killer.
I don't know it. How the heck are you this morning? Now, Big Moose, you might have hit the mute button. I'm not sure exactly what occurred there. He said, "What's the word?" And boom, away he went. Yeah, I think either that or he lost his cell right on cue. About 9 before the hour, let's see what's going on with Chevy Guy.
Well, good morning, Bitcoin. All right. Now, he said if you buy it in the U.S., the government can deal with it. i.e. taxes. If you buy it overseas, they can't. Anybody heard of income tax evasion? This stuff is still, it's just scratching the head. Blind Man deals with that, investments all the time. I asked him to ask his investor about it. His investor says he doesn't want to touch it. He doesn't even get near it. We already seen that the stock market's rigged. When they don't want to, when the big boys don't want to pay out to the little guys, they're not going to. Wasn't it during Obama's reign? The internet, the control of the internet was passed to Europe, and that's about as I can remember about that story. I forgot most of it, but the internet control of it was passed to Europe. So all this stuff that he's talking about, clouds, somebody in the control room somewhere, all they have to do is reach down there and swipe it clean. I'm a millionaire, Bitcoins. Well, don't you have to pay taxes on your, property taxes on your wealth? Can you afford to pay $1 million value tax on that? I mean, if you've got several, properties and all that, homes, all this stuff for this value, every year you have to pay taxes on it. I don't get this stuff at all. Now, he's, the banks, the backing of the U.S. government, I hear you, money they're printing, but at the same time, the U.S. government has land. Now I guarantee I won't be surprised one day because we can't pay our debt back to China, that the world court's going to say, you're going to have to give, let's say, the Grand Canyon to the Chinese. And then all of a sudden, the ownership of our Grand Canyon will be in the hands of the Chinese.
Right.
And every time you go in there, you'll be paying money to the Chinese to see your own country. The land, crops, you can't pay us, you're growing crops. I can see a time where Americans could be starving, standing along the railroad tracks, watching Chinese guards sitting on a carload of grain, shooting anybody that tries to steal a handful. Because the world court says America has to pay their debt. By the way, old guys that's getting bailed out on their union retirement, enjoy that thought, because that might be your grandchildren. While you're living the good life, they may be having to pay for it. So Bitcoin, I just don't. It's not a pyramid scheme because of that one point. There's only so many of them, and in the pyramid scheme, it just keeps getting taller, and the people at the bottom are the ones that end up paying in. There's nothing to get.
That's
they
true.
don't get nothing for it.
Yeah, that's true.
It was amazing to listen. It was an amazing conversation and informative. But what if all of a sudden, all right, you bought your wealth, you're wealthy. All it takes is these investors down at Wall Street start talking to the politicians, and I said, hey, that ain't fair. If you got to pay taxes on what you make here, you need to pay taxes on you make there.
Mm-hmm.
And if you buy it overseas, that's income tax evasion. So, because think about it, if you go overseas and do illegal activity like child molestation or something like that, even though in that country, messing with a 12-year-old isn't illegal, but you're still an American citizen and they can arrest you over there. Our FBI people go over there and arrest you because you are still an American citizen under American laws. So I'm just, I want to stay completely away from all that stuff. It just doesn't make sense to me at all. But other than that, I appreciate you having the man on to talk about it. Yeah, our money ain't worth nothing anymore. I guarantee it. But it's still backed. Hey, the federal government owns more land than anybody in this country. So it's just like, hey, boom, you owe me. The world court says, well, you got to pay up the people invested in there, and you have to give them a couple acres of land. Well, that'll work out, except for when we get that couple acres of land, we'll end up having to pay property taxes on the land every year, too. But, yeah, I really appreciate what's been going on tonight, and I'm going to sit back, copy the mail, 10-4.
All right, yeah, I think it's just the fact that we're getting too damn old, Chevy Guy, and we can't wrap our minds around this techno-currency world. Yeah, there was a story from, Spaceman had, the question he asked, that is a good question. I fork over $54,000 US and I get a Bitcoin. Who gets the $54,000 US? Where's it go? From Cointelegraph. Nervous newbies are taking profits, while long-term Bitcoin investors are holding strong. Despite short-term Bitcoin trading spiking in January, wallets that have been active or inactive for at least 3 years are the largest segment of the Bitcoin holders. In other words, people that bought, they've got their wallet or whatever, they've got their key, as he described, and they're just sitting back, kind of riding the wave, huh? Long-term Bitcoin holders appear not to be selling, despite the all-time highs this year. The nervous newbies have been taking profits along the way. According to Unchained Capitals, they visually illustrate the time since wallets were last active on the chain. 2021 has seen an increase in both long and short-term activity. Chart shows the number of coins that have moved in the past 30 to 90 days is at its highest level since 2018. Now, those addresses represent more than 15% and are currently the largest segments of Bitcoin wallets. Wallets that have remained inactive for 3 to 5 years are the second largest segment, 13.5% of all addresses. So those are wallets that have steadily expanded in number this year. Onlookers speculate the data may reflect a large number of Bitcoin bag holders who bought during the 2017 and held throughout the entire, what they call the bear trend. All right, holding on. They've got the charts here. They've held it for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, longer. Looking at the current number here, according to the crypto chart. Bitcoin, $55,436 a coin. 55G. All right, top of the hour. We'll get an update. Doc Holliday on the line, coming up right out of the box. And you want to jump on board? It's 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The White House announced Wednesday that the federal government was ordering another 100 million doses of the Johnson & Johnson COVID vaccine, in a move to help meet the goal of having enough vaccines for anyone who wants one by the end of May. Dr. Scott Gottlieb believes that will help get 100 million Americans vaccinated by early April. The former commissioner of the FDA tells CNBC that the hard part going forward will be drumming up demand after the supply increases.
Yeah, I think that the supply is increasing quickly, and I think the bigger issue is going to be demand pretty soon. We're going to have more supply than demand. After we work off the really intense demand that we're seeing right now, particularly from older Americans, I think we're going to see demand start to drop off. We'll get 100 million Americans vaccinated probably by early April. We'll probably get to 125, maybe 150 million Americans vaccinated. But beyond that, it's going to be difficult, and I think we will need to stimulate demand.
This is USA Radio News.
For 3 years, you've heard me talk about MyPillow and the MyPillow Premium Pillow and how I get the best night's sleep of my life, how they don't go flat. They are washable and dryable and made in the USA. And it continues the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special for Mike Lindell. A standard or queen size premium MyPillow, $29.98. You're saving $40. King size pillows only $5 more. 60-day money back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. And while you're at MyPillow.com, check out all the deep discounts on all the other MyPillow products. MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175.
There was strong opposition from the Republican Party as the House gave its final approval to the $1.9 trillion emergency spending measure on Wednesday. John Clemens reports from the USA Radio News Texas Bureau.
The measure that was approved by the U.S. Senate March 6 passed in the House 220 to 211. GOP members like Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia called it reckless, irresponsible, and the wrong thing to do because it will enslave future generations to a mountain of debt. Then there was House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy.
It showers money on special interests, but spends less than 9% on actually defeating the virus.
Jody Arrington is from Lubbock, Texas.
It's a $2 trillion blue state boondoggle and a Trojan horse for their reckless partisan policies.
From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
This is USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
Tiger Woods could soon return home after suffering serious injuries in a car accident last month. Tim Berg has more from the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau.
PGA star Rory McIlroy says he's been in touch with Tiger Woods and suggested the 15-time major champion might be able to return to his South Florida home in the near future. Woods recovering after suffering serious leg injuries in a single-car crash outside of Los Angeles in late February. He tells NBC's Today Show his first reaction to the accident and also what Woods told him.
Yeah, my first reaction was, he's already been through so much with different injuries and surgeries and come back from so much to be at the pinnacle of our sport time after time. My heart sunk just like every other player. We owe so much thanks to him for taking our sport to the next level and providing the opportunities that we have today. So I think first and foremost, it's, can we recover as well as possible, get back home and out of the hospital and out of surgery. But it's not golf related. It's the human side of it. It's, can he, get recovered and back to his family and back to normal life.
And Jeff Long is out as the athletic director at the University of Kansas, just days after the school parted ways with head football coach Les Miles over allegations of inappropriate conduct with female students during his time at LSU. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, ready for some baseball? Hey, you might actually even be able to get in the stands and watch the game live. Drink a cold beer. It'd be like old times. All those years ago when we actually had a life. Baseball's Texas Rangers say they are clear to totally reopen Globe Life Field to fans for opening day in April. It'll be a key test of pro sports efforts to return to normal, they tell us. Technically, yesterday, Texas kind of went back to, I don't know, what you call it, life as usual. The decision following the Governor Abbott's moves to lift the anti-pandemic restrictions, allow businesses to open at full capacity. Now, they say masks will still be required at the stadium. The team is planning on what they call distanced seating sections. In other words, more space between the occupied seats. That will not apply for the home opener, though, on April the 5th. Opening day, hey, you're going to be elbow to elbow in the stands, apparently. The Rangers are encouraged that the governor's office has given the green light for us to fully open Globe Life Field for the start of the 2021 Major League season. Other safety measures will be in place at the stadium. Overall capacity of more than 40,000. Cashless transactions. They're not taking cash. Cleaning during the game in high traffic areas. Won't be the first time fans return to the ballpark since the pandemic began, but it could be the biggest crowd yet. Last fall, MLB allowed a limited number of fans to attend the playoff games that were in the stadium, as well as the World Series, you recall. But, all right, full capacity. Hey, I can see it happening. What's going on this morning there, old Doc Holliday?
No, you got Gilligan.
Oh.
That call screener, I didn't argue with him tonight, I have come up with an idea for Doc Holliday's electric car.
That must be what it heard. It says Doc Holliday's electric car. I thought it was Doc Holliday.
No, this is old Gilligan. I'm up 81 as always. Hey, now, I'm surprised the smartest man in America hasn't come up with this idea. Why don't you funnel some of the water off the windshield wipers and the roof and stuff and do hydroelectric power like you would with a dam? You know what I'm talking about? To produce some electricity. Now, I know it only worked good when it was raining, but it worked great in cities, places like Seattle. Wouldn't be very good in Arizona, but it would help with some of the electricity. What do you think?
Well, you guys are off. You're off the rails. You're even worse than Horse Feathers and his little twirly birds on the roof.
Well, not some. Well, I'm going to put my 2 cents in on this Bitcoin. I don't own Bitcoin, and I don't ever see myself buying a Bitcoin or any of the cyber currency. But I'm afraid that eventually we're all going to have to. I mean, they're trying to get us away from actual cash anyway. It's like your story there on Texas Rangers, about how there's no cash transactions.
Yep.
Eventually, I think it's just going to get to the point where cash is going to be a thing of the past. I mean, I've talked to younger people that they absolutely do not carry any cash whatsoever. All they use is cards. And you're like, well, what do you do if the card system goes down? Oh, it's never going down. It'll never go down.
Right, yeah.
And I'm sure, well, obviously, you've never been to the fuel island at a truck stop trying to get fuel when the whole system crashes. You can't get fuel. I've been there. But, yeah, okay. I do do have one thing to add. Steve, which do you think will be the next icon to go with this political correctness? I've come down to two candidates. One is the Pillsbury Doughboy, because obviously he's all white. The other one is Bugs Bunny. Now, think about Bugs for a minute. He's gray and white, and the person he attacks the most is Daffy Duck, which is a black duck with the colors resembling the crows in Dumbo. Now, the only thing I'm thinking that might save Bugs is that he frequently cross-dresses. What do you think?
That could be his saving grace. Yep. I don't know. My daughter posted something yesterday. She posted something about are they going to cancel Miss Piggy? Miss Piggy, is she potentially on the block? I've seen several others, which, I mean, as crazy as it sounds, it realistically, I mean, in this day and age, in this world, it's likely to happen. Mr. Coffee, right? Yeah, the coffee maker, the world famous, the world renowned Mr. Coffee. We're going to have to change that. It's going to have to be something gender neutral. I don't know what they're going to call it. Your coffee maker. You know, Mr. Potato Head got axed. How about Mr. Clean? The cleaning supplies. Yeah, the big white guy with the bald head, right? Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. Guess it'll have to be, what is it? What will it be? Transgender or gender neutral clean, or I don't know what they're going to call it. I saw several people posting this past day. Again, it would be funny if it weren't so sad. Goodbye, Pepe Le Pew. My longtime Looney Tunes character has been canceled. Yeah, some guy posted on social media, I'm glad he's canceled. My children are safe now. Now my son can get back to playing Grand Theft Auto, where he just set a hooker on fire so he didn't have to pay her. Adam Carolla shared that as well. That's true. Yeah, you think these old cartoons we grew up with, yeah, the violence, the horrific, Tom and Jerry, the violence, Bugs Bunny, the Roadrunner, Wile E. Coyote, always looking to kill the Roadrunner. This is just teaching our children violence. Cancel, cancel, cancel. I haven't seen them going after the video game industry. I mean, you want to talk about gore and violence. I mean, look at reality. Yeah, Grand Theft Auto, absolutely. Now, I know they put a label on the box, M for mature audiences only. How many millions of young children are playing these video games? It doesn't matter. You got 8, 9, 10-year-olds playing Grand Theft Auto, which, yes, you can kick the hooker out of your car. Talked about that when they first came out with it. You can rob them, rape them, kill them, whatever. It's just, don't we have some more important things to worry about than Bugs Bunny and Mr. Clean or Pepe Le Pew? That's all I can say. It is 844-844-3388. And Big Moose is back. Take two for the Big Moose.
Yeah, I was up here kicking around Amish country in between cell towers. I finally got back over here to I-71. I think I'm in pretty good shape now. Still playing radio?
I'm working on it. Something like it.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, all of this crap, man, these canceling Looney Tunes, all of this stuff, you know, I ain't going to get started on it. I knew this was going to happen. I knew what they was going to do with old Sleepy Joe. That's happening. I knew old Camilla was going to be Kamala or whatever her name is going to be the first female president, you know, and all that's going to happen. And I'm telling you, man, we're just making the last lap around the bowl before we go right down the pipe. Now, here's my take on the whole cyber money Bitcoin thing.
Okay.
It's kind of like a community shower in prison. You can do it, but you're never going to feel real safe, and God help you if you have to reach for the soap.
Okay, that makes sense. That's a good parallel.
Yeah. Well, and you know, I've been last few days I've been doing pretty good. I've been trying to distance myself from all this crap because, like I said, ain't nothing I can do about it anyway, and it just gets me all worked up, and that don't do me no good either. So I've just been trying to focus on something else, you know. So
sure.
I've been listening to them old radio shows, and I've been I've dug out some of my old Jerry Clower stuff and some of that good old music. I got my Red Simpson CDs in here and my Dave Dudley, and got all that good stuff going, just doing anything I can to keep my mind occupied where I don't have to listen to all the crap that's going wrong in the world right now.
Yes, sir.
Hey, a quick question for you. Do you know the difference between a garbanzo bean and a chickpea?
I technically would have no clue.
Well, I've never had a garbanzo bean all over my face.
Okay. Ah, boy.
Keep it between the spotted and the solid. We'll catch you later.
Thank you there, old Big Moose. Where's he come up with these things? You should write a book. All your one-liners. So, kind of taking a page right out of Iron Man. What was it? Stark Industries. Isn't that the name of the company? The Iron Man movies. Is it coming to real life? Imagine a futuristic robotic suit, something straight out of the Iron Man movie, that uses technology and years of research to combine the intelligence, instinct, and judgment of humans with the strength, endurance, and precision of machines. Sarcos Vision Centers around designing, building, and commercializing what they call exoskeleton robots to augment the work of everyday humans in a way that will boost productivity and prevent workplace injuries, according to the company's chairman. 20 years in the making. Sarcos Robotics is a Salt Lake City outpost that currently leads the exoskeleton market on a global scale. Exoskeletons are a wearable device that can be used to enhance human operations. For Sarcos, the dream started in the 1980s as a spin-off from a project conducted by the University of Utah. I mean, you think back to I think it was the original, the first Alien movie. And what's her name that starred in that, where she put, they've got the big robot forklift thing. You step in and you've got the controls, and now you're much larger, much stronger. You can do so much more. You just have to know how to run the device. The university back in the 80s was researching and working with the augmentation of human prosthetics. Just think of prosthetics as electrically actuated pieces of machinery paired with the human body that allow the human to do things he or she could not do without that device. That's the notion that frames the whole context for this company today. 30 years later, Sarcos has evolved beyond prosthetics to what they call humanoid robotics, creating humanoid robots in the 1990s, followed by a contract with the Department of Defense to create exoskeletons. Initial funding for the exoskeleton came from DARPA. And they continue getting funding from a variety of sources in the federal government, he says. The Robotics Division of Defense for Civil and Cybersecurity Technology. From 2007 to 2014, Soros operated under the name Raytheon Sarcos. Raytheon Sarcos focused exclusively on developing cutting-edge technologies for use by governmental agencies. When Congress later defunded efforts that the Pentagon had been involved in, the exoskeleton project kind of went out the window. The company soon announced their business acquisition, led by former Raytheon Sarcos president, Dr. Fraser Smith. But more Hollywood becoming real-life reality. Your Iron Man exoskeleton. I can see that technology being used on the battlefield, but... All right, it's 844-3388. Next up on the list here, somebody wanted to talk about, I guess, the pension funds and whatnot. Who we got on the line? Is it Sleepy? Is that the name?
Yes, sir.
Well, good morning, Sleepy.
Good morning, Steve. I'm a Teamster, and I've been a Teamster for 20 years, and I've worked for the same company for those 20 years. And as long as I've been here, my company's been solvent and been paying into the pension fund 100% of what they're obligated to do.
Mm-hmm.
And this whole mess with the Central States Pension Fund really started with the federal government. You know, back in the 60s and 70s when Hoffa was running things for the Teamsters and everything, and you know that the deal that was going on, that he had going on with the mafia, where they were building casinos in Las Vegas, you know, and using Teamster money, Teamster pension money, you know, to fund the projects, you know, and everybody was getting along just fine. Well, the government came in and busted everybody in the mafia, and that whole deal went away. And part of the deal with that was that the government said, we're taking over fiduciary duties of the pension fund. Well, then the 70s, you know, rolled around, and the Carter administration and everything, and they decided that deregulating the trucking industry was going to make a more level playing field, you know, and every Tom, Dick, and Harry could go out there and buy trucks and get in the truck and increase the competition. But sadly, a lot of good trucking jobs ended up going away. You know, there were over 100 Teamster companies at one time in this country. Now there's just a handful that are left. And on top of all that, you know, you had all these people that lost their jobs, and a lot of them were, you know, ready to retire or going to retire. They were vested. They were due the money. But then you got a few companies left paying the obligations of all these retirees. Well, you know, the money's just disappearing. You know, it's no fault of the Teamsters really that the money has disappeared. I mean, you know, part of the problem with the fiduciary duties that the government had was, you know, during the Clinton administration, the Clintons decided that it was anybody that wanted to get a loan to buy a house and buy a home should be able to do that. Well, you know, they took money that Teamsters had invested in Wall Street, and these Wall Street banks and companies, you know, decided to give out these loans. And then that led to the big financial crisis in the 2000s, in 2007. Well, they got all bailed out and everything, and all the money that the Teamsters had invested, you know, with these big Wall Street firms disappeared, and we never got any of that money back. So, you know, it's just, I wasn't a big fan of hanging the taxpayers and my kids and my grandkids with funding my pension, my retirement. I'm 60 years old. I'm planning on retiring sometime in the next 5 years. But I was starting to lose sleep over the fact that I may not get a dime of it.
Right,
you know,
sure,
it was due to go bankrupt by 2025. And, it was causing me a lot of stress. I went to see my doctor in January. My blood pressure was up. He says, "What's wrong?" I said, "I'm stressing over this Teamster pension fund deal. You know, I'm looking at retiring, and you know, it's just been a mess, and I just don't, you know, like I said, I wasn't a fan of hanging the taxpayers with the obligation. I think they should have went after, you know, some of the Wall Street, big banks and hedge funds and big tech. My God, you know, they're getting off making oodles of money and not really paying their fair share in taxes back to the government. You know, and then here we are, we go out here, we're just little guys out here trying to make a living, you know, and trying to earn a decent retirement. So, you know, I get a little bit frustrated, you know, when people think that we're entitled to this, and no, we've earned it, you know, that, you know, they've paid money, part of our salary or part of our wages into this pension fund for years, that, you know, on the promise that it was going to be there when we retired. And like I said, I worked for the same company for 20 years, and it's a solvent company, and they've, you know, paid in millions of dollars to people that's never worked a day for that company, just because it's a multi-employer pension fund. So, you know, that's basically all I wanted to say.
When I look at the 1.9,
you know, it's a mess, and
when I look at the $1.9 trillion package here now, yeah, we've been talking about central states, and there's hundreds of other pensions that are also in dire straits, as they, you know. That's so. At the same time, if we're going to bail out every damn thing else, and if we're going to send $80 billion to Central America, and we're going to send billions of dollars over here and there, everywhere around the world, yeah, I guess I'd rather see the money stay here in the United States for some of the people that really, you know, paid the damn taxes anyway, that made the, you know.
Yeah, that's. You're exactly right. I felt the same way. You know, people get their panties in a bunch over the fact that, you know, hey, you know, funds are going broke. Really, you know, we've paid our taxes. We've worked hard. We just, you know, would like to see a little bit of return on our investment in this country, instead of seeing it all get shipped over to Pakistan for gender studies or whatever else, you know, or down into Central America. I mean, crying out loud, you know, we've been doing what we have to do, you know, to try to keep this country rolling along and do our obligation. All we want in the end is just a secure retirement, you know?
Sure.
So,
can't fault you for that. But like I said,
want to clear that up.
If they're going to give money to every damn buddy else, I see where you're coming from. You know, over the last several years, when we've talked about it, though, many people saying anytime that the government started looking into, we're going to bail out these funds, we're going to bail out this, we're going to bail out that. I mean, just look at what the president's about to sign here today or tomorrow. Look at what's getting, quote, bailed out or hoisted onto the back of the working stiffs in this country, the everyday working Americans. Hard to fathom. All right, we've got open lines at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Following a report that U.S. Customs and Border Protection encountered more than 100,000 migrants along the southern border in February, one senator is demanding answers from the Biden administration. Missouri Republican Josh Hawley sent a letter to the White House calling for a hearing on Capitol Hill so senators can ask DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas about the administration's plan for dealing with the issue. Hawley tells Fox News that with a lack of information coming from the White House, participating in a hearing is the least they could do.
This administration's policies are acting as a magnet, and they are creating a full-blown humanitarian crisis at the border. Trafficking is up through the roof. It is through the roof, the exploitation of children, and this administration is doing nothing. They're looking the other way, and as you say, President, he won't even have a news conference. I mean, he won't answer any questions at all. The least he can do is actually send his administration chiefs to Capitol Hill and make them answer questions. What are they going to do about this crisis?
This is USA Radio News.
Hey travelers, do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call, because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at ridiculously low prices. Our prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip, or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find ridiculously low prices for you. Call SmartFares today and get the best price on your next flight. Guaranteed. Also, save up to 50% off business and first class tickets.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. Again, that's 800-871-3291.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So this past day was the latest episode of Live from Exit 24. Our friends at OOIDA, the bi-weekly Wednesday 1-hour audio program. It was a loaded show, they tell us. As host Mike Matusek was joined by Todd Spencer, OOIDA's president, and OOIDA Executive Vice President Lou Pugh. The Moving Forward Act, specifically speed limiters, truck parking, and tolling that are part of that bill, were the heart of the discussion on yesterday's show. How many times do we have to cover the same ground and talk the same issues, says Todd Spencer, over and over again. The safety aspects of speed are simple as moving everyone at the same speed. Don't create situations where there are going to be interactions. There are also going to be times and places where speed limits are too slow or too fast. A well-trained, well-motivated professional driver, that's your best speed limiter right there. It's not a new idea. The concept of utilizing proven safety technologies to limit speed simply does not exist, according to both Spencer and Pugh. When I started my trucking career, I drove for a company that limited speed to 55 miles per hour, according to Louis. You get yourself into situations you can't get yourself out of going that speed. Situations around you dictate your speed more than anything. Then you end up trying to make up for lost time, and that's a bad thing. We're going to do everything we can to convince lawmakers this is not a good idea from the safety aspect. When it comes to the discussion of tolls, it's been our experience tolling makes not much sense at all. There's nothing fair about tolls. When I was driving, Louis said I'd pay $10,000 to $12,000 a year just in tolls. Pennsylvania is making so much money that they're using their toll money to fund public transportation and other programs. As the conversation shifted to the ongoing truck parking problem, Pugh said $25 million would have put a lot of places out there for people to park. Spencer said this has been a big deal for more than 20 years now. The problem's getting worse and worse. We cannot empathize with the frustration of those out on the road. If the country's going to continue to be more reliant on trucks, this is going to require some kind of action. This is an issue drivers are going to have to communicate with your lawmakers about. Rest areas aren't just for trucks. They're for everyone on the road. The need for drivers to voice their concern was then backed by Louis Pugh. Drivers, you need to get involved and discourage some of the rumors about what happens with added parking. And the PRO Act also came up. Many of those who tuned into the program left comments and questions about the PRO Act that we talked about in our first hour, which would implement that whole ABC test and other union-friendly changes for the union elections, the bargaining processes, and other places. Again, the House this past day voted in favor of the PRO Act. Now, it also passed the House in the previous Congress, but then it died or stalled in the Senate. I think the PRO Act actually resembles a whole lot of AB 5 out of California, in that they basically took the meat cleaver to address an issue that probably only required a scalpel. According to Mr. Spencer, there's issues over independence and misclassification, but it's a lot, probably too much. All right, so some of the discussion from Exit 24 this past day under the industry headlines. In other news, a fatal crash and a refusal to submit to a blood alcohol test, resulting in an Ohio-licensed commercial driver to be banned from driving. Travis Lee Tolliver was found to be an imminent hazard by the FMCSA. The order was served several days ago. According to the news release, the collision leading to this imminent hazard declaration occurred on February the 24th, Wise County, Virginia. Tolliver was allegedly driving a tractor trailer in the wrong direction on Route 23 for several miles before his vehicle crashed head-on into another vehicle. Passenger in the other vehicle was killed, and the driver seriously injured. Tolliver was taken to a hospital where he refused to provide blood for drug testing, which leads now to his being charged by the Commonwealth of Virginia with manslaughter under aggravated circumstances, driving while intoxicated, driving while under the influence of alcohol or a narcotic drug unlawfully, after having been arrested and unreasonably refusing to have a simple sample of blood taken for chemical tests to determine alcohol or drug content. FMCSA investigators, to determine whether he was an imminent hazard, found that on the day of the crash, Tolliver had failed to maintain records of duty status. They also found Tolliver had, in the days leading up to the crash, on multiple occasions, exceeded the allowable on-duty driving hours, failed to maintain records of duty status, of course required by federal regulators. The ELD was supposed to stop all this stuff, I thought. How does that happen? All right, Spaceman chiming in, I guess, on the whole pension thing. You're going to see a mass exodus of Yellow Corporation drivers that have been working past retirement age because they've lost their pensions. Once this money has been distributed, Yellow Corporation already 1,500 drivers short on a national level. Yeah, they made that. I think we had that story, wasn't it, last week, wasn't it? That they're going to be hiring a whole bunch more drivers, which I'm grabbing this story over here, which on a similar note, based on the fact that Yellow's looking for a whole lot of drivers, other companies looking for drivers, Old Dominion, I guess we can add to that list, citing a strong economic recovery and robust freight demand. LTL carrier Old Dominion Freight Lines announcing last week their plans to add 800 drivers and more than 400 dock workers and clerical personnel. The Thomasville, North Carolina-based company said they're looking to add Class A CDL drivers over the next 90 days to meet growing demand. Plans include 275 line haul drivers, 260 pickup and delivery drivers, and 100 team drivers. They'll also add more than 430 workers on the docks in that same time frame. Now, that's a lot of employees they're going to be looking for in short order. All right, there's never been a better time to consider a career in transportation. That sounds more like a recruitment ad or whatever, but that's, of course, and then the footnote was LTL competitor Yellow Corporation, formerly YRC Worldwide, announced they're adding 1,500 drivers and opening 12 new driver academies. They made that announcement here earlier this month. Kind of sounds like the whole economic recovery is definitely underway, getting into full swing here. All right, get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. And let's check in with, what do you say this morning? Hillbilly, what's going on?
Good morning, Steve. First, the Squirrel Weaver actress you were thinking about, played in Aliens. That played Ripley.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
That was her name.
Sigourney, yep, that's it.
I really don't have a whole lot to say because I've never been in a pension. But the only thing I got to say, if they're bailing out the pensions, when are they going to bail out Social Security?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've been paying in Social Security for over 20 years now, and I'm 46, and the way they're writing on the wall, it's not going to be there when I get retirement age. Right?
At some point, this whole house of cards is going to come tumbling down. That's at the rate that the rate that we've been printing money. We're just printing more. I talked the other night how Venezuela has they're printing, what is it, 100 whatever, how much, 100,000 whatever their currency is. It's worth one bill for it that's 100,000 their dollars or bolivars, whatever. It's worth 53 cents. That's where we're kind of taking our currency is. It's been going down in value for decades, but what's a dollar worth technically today?
Right. I get what you're saying. But I mean, I'm glad that they're getting their pensions back and replenished, but it's just, like I said, they've been stealing from the Social Security for years and years, so just wondering when they're going to pay it back.
Mm-hmm.
What I actually called about was the House Bill 127, at the gun laws. or gun control bill.
Okay.
I sent you a link to it, or tagged you in a link about it. They're going after the guns and ammo, want you to buy special insurance for your guns and national registry. I don't know if you can find that link where I tagged you in this morning, but it has a quick rundown on everything that they're trying to put into it, push it through.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's just Democrats' agenda. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
And rest in peace, Pepe Le Pew. Frenchman never got his kitty cat.
Yeah, right. Pepe Le Pew. Poor Pepe.
All right, Steve. Have a good one.
All right, thanks for checking in, Hillbilly. Be safe out there. All right, what are we looking at here? Let's... looking ahead here, someone forwarded this to me here just a few moments ago from this past day. See, going back to the, was there anything kind of, odd, irregular going on with the 2020 election? One of those states that had some issues, Nevada. According to the report, more than 90,000 ballots mailed to registered voters in Nevada's largest county were returned undeliverable, according to the analysis of election data by illegal Clark County, there you go, which includes the Las Vegas metro area, made the extraordinary move to mail ballots to all of the nearly 1.3 million active voters in that county, rather than just those who requested a ballot. Of course, they justified that as helping people vote remotely because of the pandemic. More than 450,000 voters did cast their votes through the mail-in ballots. More than 92,000, though, were returned by the Postal Service as undeliverable, according to the Public Interest Legal Foundation. Based on the data provided in February by the Clark County Registrar, the brief says the Clark County Election Office didn't immediately respond to a request for comment, but mass mail balloting is a step backward for American elections. There's millions of voter registration records with unreliable active address information that will ultimately send ballots to the wrong place in a mail-in election. These mass ballot mailings in states that hadn't had such systems already in place, the entire state of Nevada reported only 5,863 mail ballots returned undeliverable in the 2012, 14, 16, and 18 general elections combined. 5,863. But lo and behold, you get to the year 2020, 92,000 plus for the one. Adams also took aim at the H.R. 1 election reform bill that was passed by the Democratic-controlled House of Representatives, shifting the power over elections to the federal government. We're going to discard voter ID laws. We're going to allow same-day voter registration. We're going to ban witness signature requirements for the mail-in ballots. And we're going to require that mail-in ballots can arrive as late as 10 days after the election day, as long as it was post-stamped by election day. It would also make it a federal crime to communicate or cause to be communicated information that is knowingly false and designed to discourage voting, and a number of other measures. Conservatives have made the call. It's a priority to oppose this bill. This is going to, H.R. 1 will do more harm than good for the American people. It will leave us at a constant disadvantage to correct our election system errors, which ultimately impact the ability to vote in a timely manner. It's going to basically codify everything that was irregular or outright wrong during the 2020 election. It's going to make it universally the law of the land, according to Indiana's Attorney General, Todd Rokita. Yes, it is. Guess I'm speaking to the choir on that for all practical purposes, though. But all right, thanks to Steve, though, for sharing that this morning. It's 844-844-3388. Hobbler says, can you give us a little more about not changing the clocks every 6 months? Yeah, we're hearing that in the news updates, top and bottom of the hour. Of course, this is it's spring forward weekend coming on here. Got to set your clocks ahead 1 hour when you go to bed Saturday night. You lose an hour's sleep. But yeah, I'll pull up the latest on that. It's been a growing issue for a number of years now. More and more states talking about, let's just set the damn clock and leave it where it is. And it's not necessary to go back and forth with the daylight savings time in this day and age. All right. So with that, we'll get back to the calls here. And I believe we've got Big Sexy on the line. Hello, Big Sexy.
Morning, Steve.
Morning.
I was glad to hear the other morning we had another paper carrier call in, didn't we?
Had a who call in?
We had another paper carrier.
Oh, yeah.
What's his name, Franklin or whatever
Yes.
called the other day?
Correct. Yeah, he was on the message board talking about he's out there delivering the fake news, as he put it, every night.
Right. I couldn't remember what message board called in. I'm going to help the smartest man in the world out a little bit. They've been talking about the fans and all that on trucks. How about something else to generate a little bit of energy? Just putting a treadmill there under the driver and letting him generate a little bit of energy and get some exercise while he's at it.
Yep, there you go. That's about the best idea I've heard yet.
That'll give them some exercise. You know, they sit there and drive all the time. That'll give them some exercise, help them move some weight, plus generate some energy for their truck.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing, he was talking about the Pillsbury Doughboy. What about the Michelin Man? He's all white, too.
Yeah, I mean, I bet if we thought about it, we could find quite the laundry list of cancel culture things that they need to go away.
On the political side of it, they're talking about the urgent deal is to take back the Senate and try to win the House in the next election. That would also give us a chance to give Biden and Harris a little bit of what Trump has went through. If we have control of the House and the Senate, we can investigate them like crazy.
Sure.
Might even be I don't know. Might be a bad idea to impeach Biden. That might put Harris in office. That might be even worse.
We ain't gonna have time to do that. She's gonna be in charge here in short order. Ain't enough time to impeach Biden.
Well, I'm sure they could find out enough stuff to bring out on her too. I'm sure she's not squeaky clean.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just that was my thought on that. I wanted to bring that up about the treadmill and all that. I thought that they're talking about the fans on top of the trucks, the fans on their heads and all that. Just put a treadmill down there. That gives them some exercise.
That's, like I said, that's the best idea I've heard to date.
All right. Well, I'll like one of them says, I'll just keep it between the lines there and sit back and listen. You have a good one.
How does he say? Keep it between the spotted and the solid, right? I think that's the one, yeah. Thank you much there, Big Sexy. Appreciate you chiming in. It frees up another line. It's 844-844-3388. Head down the home stretch for hour number 3 here on a Thursday morning. Yeah, the border crisis. Yeah, it's the border disaster. And they're coming in any way they can. Even with those that are actually just waltzing across the border and turning themselves in to fill out paperwork and get released within 72 hours into the damn country. They're still coming in by the truckload as well. Border Patrol agents successfully stopping 3 separate attempts involving tractor trailers north of Laredo. In total, they apprehended 111 individuals. According to CDL Life, the first incident was on the 8th. when a tractor trailer approached the checkpoint, Interstate Highway 35. A K-9 inspected the vehicle at the checkpoint. Secondary search revealed 44 individuals in the trailer. Just a few minutes later, agents encountered a commercial tractor hauling a tanker on the West Access Road, to which they conducted a vehicle stop, discovering 43 individuals. That's like the second story in as many weeks of a tanker hauling illegals. You don't normally think of a tanker truck being used. Box trucks, yeah, that's the typical modus operandi, but maybe that's becoming the thing. A tanker truck. The last incident, number 3, the morning of March the 9th. Tractor trailer arrived at the I-35 checkpoint for an immigration inspection. K-9 inspected the vehicle, secondary search. 24 individuals in this one. All the individuals in the United States illegally from the countries of Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Mexico. Interesting how none of the individuals were wearing personal protective equipment or masks. All were medically screened and given personal protective equipment. Following that, they were placed under arrest. Pending further investigation, all 3 of the vehicles involved were seized by the Border Patrol. And it goes on and on. All right. Don't have enough time to get into that story before we hit top of the hour news update. But this is the one we all dream of, right? A driver that had a good day, I guess you'd say. Third-generation truck driver hit a big jackpot on the Tennessee Lottery Scratchers ticket Sunday. 30-year-old long-haul driver David Partain won a $2 million prize while playing the Mega Millionaire Jumbo Bucks game. According to the Tennessee Lottery, Partain was in the lot of the Eagle Travel Center in Soddy Daisy, Tennessee. The winning ticket was one in a string of wins that Partain had on the game. After he won $25 on the game earlier, he used the $25 for another ticket, winning a free ticket. The free ticket turned out to be the $2 million winner. He said, I called my wife to tell her the good news. I called her and I said, I hit it. She thought I meant I wrecked the truck. His plans are to pay off the truck loan, buy a home for his wife, and buy a new car for his 16-year-old daughter. Again, Partain is a third-generation truck driver. That's the one we all want to scratch off, right? That $2 million winner. But, yeah. With that, we're up to the top of the hour. All right, plenty of room for you. We head into the longest hour in radio. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Following a report that U.S. Customs and Border Protection encountered more than 100,000 migrants along the southern border in February, one senator is demanding answers from the Biden administration. Missouri Republican Josh Hawley sent a letter to the White House calling for a hearing on Capitol Hill so senators can ask DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas about the administration's plan for dealing with the issue. Hawley tells Fox News that with a lack of information coming from the White House, participating in a hearing is the least they could do.
This administration's policies are acting as a magnet, and they are creating a full-blown humanitarian crisis at the border. Trafficking is up through the roof. It is through the roof, the exploitation of children, and this administration is doing nothing. They're looking the other way, and as you say, President, he won't even have a news conference. I mean, he won't answer any questions at all. The least he can do is actually send his administration chiefs to Capitol Hill and make them answer questions. What are they going to do about this crisis?
This is USA Radio News.
Hey, travelers, do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call, because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at ridiculously low prices. Our prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find ridiculously low prices for you. Call SmartFares today and get the best price on your next flight. Guaranteed. Also, save up to 50% off business and first class tickets.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. Again, that's 800-871-3291.
President Biden announced Wednesday that the federal government would order another 100 million doses of the Johnson & Johnson COVID vaccine, calling it a necessary move to ensure the nation is prepared for any contingency.
Today, I'm directing Jeff and my HHS team to produce another 100 million doses and purchase another 100 million doses of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. I'm doing this because in this wartime efforts, we need maximum flexibility. There's always a chance that we'll encounter unexpected challenges, or there'll be a new need for a vaccine effort, a vaccination effort. A lot can happen, a lot can change, and we need to be prepared.
The White House says any surplus vaccines would be shared with other countries. Vaccination efforts in the U.S. have accelerated in the last several weeks, with more than 93 million doses administered and more than 32 million Americans fully vaccinated. This is USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
If you're tired of springing forward and falling back, there's a move in the Senate to make daylight savings time permanent. Lance Pry has the story from the USA Radio News West Coast Bureau.
A bipartisan group of senators have renewed efforts to permanently end the twice-a-year daylight savings time transition. First incorporated on July 1st, 1908, the residents of Port Arthur, Ontario, Canada, initiated the plan. In 1970, Port Arthur became Thunder Bay, and with nearly 2,200 hours of sunlight each year, Thunder Bay is the sunniest city in eastern Canada. The time change was first initiated in the United States during World War I, and then reinstituted again during World War II, all a part of the war effort's energy-saving plan. Senator Cindy Hyde-Smith, the Republican from Mississippi, says the public safety improvements, economic benefits, as the well-being of the American people are all excellent, credible reasons to embrace year-long daylight savings time. End quote. Arizona and Hawaii are the only states that do not participate in DST. Oh, and by the way, daylight savings time is this weekend as we spring forward 1 hour early Sunday morning. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And when the Texas Rangers open their season on April 5th against the Toronto Blue Jays, they may do it in a packed ballpark. The Rangers may be the first team to welcome back fans at full capacity next month in the wake of Texas Governor Greg Abbott's removal of all restriction on businesses. The team says they will still have mitigation strategies in place. Fans will still have to wear masks unless actively eating or drinking at their seats. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Tuesday morning, one step closer to the weekend. Little by little, working our way that direction. I did a refresh on the weather radar here. Our line of showers, thunderstorms. Now pushing through central and southwestern Illinois. Line approaching Springfield, Illinois. Dropping some pretty heavy rain. Pretty good thunder showers in the mix there. From there, line all goes on down, kind of cuts right through the heart of Missouri. Heavy rains in and around Columbia, Missouri. Some strong winds maybe along the leading edge of those showers and thunderstorms. Line kind of begins to tail off when you get down into southeastern portions of Kansas, but still some heavy rains in the southeastern portions of that state. But again, we're kind of watching for the threat for severe weather that's really going to be ramping up as we head on into and through the upcoming weekend. Confidence is growing. One of the more threatening severe thunderstorm events so far this year is going to potentially unfold across the south central states this weekend with the whole gamut of hazardous weather. AccuWeather said this could be the best setup for severe weather all the storms thus far this year in true March fashion. The same storm is going to dump feet of snow across the Rockies and the High Plains. That's going to be the catalyst for igniting some feisty thunderstorms further to the south and east. As the storm begins to pivot eastward, it begins to draw that warm, moist air out of the Gulf of Mexico. At the same time, dry, cooler air from the desert southwest begins to shift eastward. These opposite air masses colliding provides the fuel for widespread thunderstorm development. Factoring in very strong winds high up in the atmosphere, you've got the recipe for potent thunderstorms. Could be damaging. Now, prior to the storm's slow crawl from the southwest to the middle portions of the country, that stalled out front becomes the focal point for rounds of flooding downpours and localized severe weather over portions of the plains and the Ohio Valley into late week here. Forecasters say a much broader, more populous area may be at risk for dangerous weather from Friday through Sunday. Over 20 million Americans in that zone. Some of the big cities, Oklahoma City, Dallas, Little Rock, Arkansas. The slow movement of the storm could cause severe weather to break out in the same areas over consecutive days. So in that region of the country, begin thinking ahead about possible disruptions to travel or outdoor plans starting Friday and through the weekend, as well as preparedness in advance for any severe weather. Secure loose items outdoors. Make sure your severe weather alerts on your mobile devices are engaged. Right now, all facets are possible. Flash flooding, hail, strong straight line winds, and even tornadoes. So the first wave, let's take a look ahead. The first wave will be centered over portions of western Texas and Oklahoma late in the day Friday and headed into the overnight hours. Feisty storms may extend as far north as southern Kansas and as far east as southwestern Missouri and northwestern Arkansas. Then Saturday, a new round of hard-hitting storms develops in West Texas, then sweeps through the remainder of the weekend, reaching the lower Mississippi Valley on Sunday. Travel along sections of 20, 30, 35, and I-40 could be severely impeded at times. Drivers will experience sudden reductions in visibility, ponding of water on the roadways, down trees and power lines, possibly blocking secondary roads. And some communities may be left without power in the wake of these storms. A major tornado outbreak does not appear to be likely at this time. We've seen that with isolated incidents this winter in the southeast. All it takes is one storm, though, to pose great risk to lives and property. Had the tornado that tore through Birmingham during the nighttime hours, January 25th into the morning of the 26th, that killed one and injured several others. few weeks later, that single tornado in eastern North Carolina that killed 3. Powerful wind gusts, even without a tornado, and large hail can in themselves inflict a great deal of damage. In some cases, we're going to continue to follow. And as the time approaches, the exact timing, the extent of the severe weather later this week into the weekend. So it looks like drier air sweeping in behind that storm by early next week should provide a calmer pattern in the wake of these storms for folks to get a chance to get out and clean up what they may need to be cleaning up. But looking at the zone over the weekend as a whole, but about the eastern half of Texas, the majority of Oklahoma, southern half of Kansas, about the southern 2/3 of Missouri, all of Arkansas, and much of Louisiana, all in that zone between Saturday and Sunday to see potentially severe storms. There's a traveler's weather update for you here on a Thursday morning. Geraldo Rivera maybe making a run for the Senate? Yeah, the same guy, the longtime television host, Fox News correspondent these days at large, tweeting this past afternoon that he's pondering running for the Senate seat here in the state of Ohio, following the decision of the incumbent Senator Rob Portman to not run for re-election next year. Portman is one of a few Republican senators who've said recently they're going to retire when their term is up. Now, Geraldo's been, of course, a longtime ally of former President Trump, but he's been very vocal since the election in November, actually calling Trump out for his claims about the election being false or robbed or whatever that riled his supporters to the point where that mob stormed the Capitol. But this past day, he told Mediate if he does get into the race, he will be running as a Republican. This would not be the first time he's considered getting into politics. Back in 2013, apparently, Geraldo briefly contemplated running for a Senate seat in New Jersey as a Republican for the 2014 midterm elections. I guess it all depends on who all's going to jump into the mix looking for that, what will be a vacant seat left by Rob Portman here in the state of Ohio. All right, we'll have to follow that. I don't even know where Geraldo lives. Is he a West Coast guy? Is he a New York guy? Guess he'd have to be moving to the state of Ohio, huh? What's happening this morning, Philip?
I was just sitting here driving down I-4, looking over to my left, looking at a rocket taking off.
Oh, yeah?
Absolutely. SpaceX had just launched one. It just took off. I'm down here by Lake Mary right now, and driving and looking over to the side, not trying to get in a wreck here. But it's a good, looks like a pretty good shot from what I can see.
So it's actually going
you
up
could probably
as we
pull
speak.
It up on your...
Yeah, I'm trying to do a quick search here, yeah.
Yeah, just lifted off. It's doing pretty good so far. I'm more focused on my driving right now.
Yeah, you can't be looking out on the side, right? To see what's going on. Yeah, okay, that's pretty wild. Yeah, space. I'm looking here. There's several of the sites from NASA.com or whatever. Falcon 9. No, that's in about a minute ago. SpaceX Falcon 9. Another Starlink compilation, right?
Yeah, another Starlink, more Starlink stuff. Yeah, they just dropped the booster, so that'll be coming back down to the barge here.
Pretty wild how you get to catch all that stuff live there on down in Florida.
Well, what's cool about it is that when it's dark like it is now, I mean, you see that thing light up. It looks like, a nuclear bomb or something going off far away. You just see like this bright image and the whole sky lights up. The space shuttles were the amazing ones. These launches are cool with the rockets, but the space shuttle, because of the way it was set up, that thing, it just light up everything, make it look like daylight outside once it got up off the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. If you ever get a chance to come down here, especially on the night launches, they're really cool. The day launch ones are too. SpaceX, if they do the big heavy, the Falcon Heavy, that's the one where they have the two that come back. They come back to the Cape and they land right beside each other on pads. So if you ever get a chance to come down, try to plan around a launch. But the thing is, when you plan around it, sometimes they scrub them, and when they scrub them, your plans go up in smoke.
So on this particular, on the Falcon 9, that's just the one booster that comes back. Now this is the one, they try to land this one upright also, don't they?
Well, with the Falcon 9, the booster goes up, or the rocket goes up in the first stage, which is the booster. It comes back and it lands on a barge. It's probably about, I want to say about 200 miles off, 300 miles off our coast. The ones that's out in Texas, that's the Starlink. They're testing. That's going to be a ship in itself. It's a different deal. They're just testing the vehicle itself right now out there. That's what they're doing. But the Falcon series rockets, which are these, they have one called the Falcon Heavy, where it has two first stage boosters that come back. And they come back, when they land right beside each other on pads at Cape Canaveral, two big concrete slabs. And then it actually has a third one in the middle that lands on a barge out in the ocean. It's pretty cool. So kudos to Elon Musk. It looks like he got a good one off right now.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. They're 4 minutes and 40 seconds into the launch as we speak here. And they got the whole telemetry of the first stage, which I guess that's headed back now. It's gradually coming down at about 113 kilometers. The other one, this thing's going 11,000 miles an hour. It's incredible.
Yeah, and the stage that's coming back right now, the one that's getting ready to land, was actually the stage that they used on the first demo flight with the two gentlemen that went up to the space station. So that's been reused again. Hopefully they land it this time. The last one, they didn't land it on the barge. They missed the barge by about a block, not even that. You can see it. You could actually see it come down. They'll show footage there in just a moment of the barge sitting there, and you'll see a bright light coming at it. And then the signal will go away, and then it'll come back up, and then you'll see it sitting on the barge. Because when the rocket comes down close to it, it vibrates everything. It knocks the signal out for about maybe a second or so. If they show it, I know on the last one they didn't show all the landing footage. They just showed it missing the barge.
Okay.
You still watching?
I'm watching here. The stage one it's coming down at about 7,800 kilometers an hour. It's down to 72, so it's coming down pretty quick. So at some point they slow it down with thrusters or something and literally land it.
Okay, so what they do is it takes off, and they save a small portion of the fuel when it takes off, and when it comes back, it does re-entry burns as it comes back. And just before it lands, just like the one that was out in Texas the other day, the one you see coming back, they fire so many of those motors up, and they land it right down onto. They use the thrust to slow it down. Instead of speeding it up, now it's using thrust to slow it down. It's kind of like on an airplane when it lands and they have what they call thrust reversing.
Correct.
It's the same kind of thing. And then it comes down and it lands. If you look at that video right now, if they're showing video of the stage coming back, you'll see these little fins sticking out. They kind of look like a grate.
Correct.
Those gradient fins slow it down, and they also steer it. And then they have thrusters on the side that steer it too to get it where it needs to go. What's an interesting thing about it is that barge right now is sending a signal to that rocket saying, this is where I'm at, and you're going to land on me. It's sending a signal to the rocket, and the rocket's picking the signal up and bringing it down to where the barge is. That's how they get the rocket exactly on the barge. Pretty close, but every now and then it messes up and goes in the water like it did the other day. But pretty neat stuff. I mean, that other one that's up in Texas is the same principle when it comes back. On the concrete in the landing zone, they actually have a sensor box that tells the vehicle where it's at. and it lands right on that piece. It does it every time. That's what it's supposed to do. Now, whether it lands there in one piece or not is another thing. So
this,
pretty interesting stuff.
This booster thing I'm watching here, it should be landing in a matter of seconds. They've been doing the burn. It's down to just a matter of here it comes. It's coming in the barge. They got the lights on the barge there, and boom, there it is, right on the barge. How about that? It's incredible.
Yeah, and what's funny, Steve, is that barge is remote control. There's nobody on that barge. It's remote control. So they set it out there to a certain point, and it steers itself to a point where it needs to be to get to where that rocket will come back down onto it. And what's going to happen next is there's a big tugboat that's that left Cape Canaveral, probably left Cape Canaveral this afternoon. It's probably getting close to where I'd be out there to grab the barge back and bring it back.
Wow! So
that barge remote controls itself.
Were you able to see Were you able to see the burns as the stage was coming back down, or no? Did you get a sonic boom from that?
No, I didn't get the sonic boom over here. I'm moving. I'm kind of far inland, so I didn't get the sonic boom here. But I'm pretty sure my wife probably got woke up by it at the house.
That's cool.
But that sonic boom is pretty much when they re-enter. When it comes back, it throws another sonic boom up. You can see when it goes off. You can actually see that separation, and sometimes you can see that booster fall back. On the shuttle, you could actually see the boosters falling back too. But when they landed at the Cape with the two that land side by side, you can see them, and when they come back, it's really loud because you got a sonic boom when it takes off, and then you got another sonic boom when it's coming back.
Coming back, yeah.
So it's pretty interesting stuff. That's one thing I do like about living down here. We see a lot of that stuff, and I suggest if anybody ever gets a chance to come down to Cape Canaveral, Cape Kennedy, take the tour. It's pretty neat. I mean, if you're into that space stuff, I mean, in the rockets, I mean, I've been into it ever since I was a little kid, but check it out. I'm not sure how much it costs now. I haven't been in a few years, but they got the shuttle Discoveries on display. They've got all kinds of different things. You can go through all the Apollo era rockets and everything. So it's an interesting place, and you can actually see some of the SpaceX stuff that's up on the stand if it's out there on the pad getting ready to roll. So that's all I got today,
I was informed.
I was
informed.
My rocket with you.
Hang on a second. I was informed this past day by Kyle that I guess since me and you talk about this stuff, and I've always been kind of fascinated. For listeners over the years, they know that I always talk about the launches. I mean, over the years, going back to the shuttle missions and all that, always tuning into that stuff. I was informed by Kyle, and he said someone had sent a nice jacket to the headquarters there in Mount Gilead, and it's a NASA jacket. He sent me a picture of it, but it's got a bunch of different patches on it and whatnot, so I'm not sure I can't tell. It's one of the STS missions. I think the STS missions, those were the shuttles, weren't they?
Yes, the space shuttle was, their missions were known by the STS. And then they have a number beside it. There's a slash, and then there's a number beside it, and that is the number of the mission.
Yeah, from the photograph. I can't recognize. I don't know if this guy just was fascinated or whatever. Somebody from Illinois. When he told me a NASA, I thought you might have sent it to me. That's the first thing that came to my mind. But somebody from Illinois sent this up to him, and they've got it headed my way. So I should get that in a couple of days, and I have to bring that into the studio and show it to everybody. But picture looks pretty cool.
Yeah, if it's mission patches, you can get those at Cape Kennedy, and if it's certain mission patches, the only way you can get it is to know somebody that went on the mission. So that might be a special little jacket you got there.
How about that?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that memorabilia is collectible, and it's the space memorabilia is just as huge as any of the rest of it. I mean, paying thousands of dollars for stuff that's been flown in space, and I mean, it's out there. I mean, put it up on your wall with your truck driving stuff there. That's kind of cool. Would be kind of cool.
I remember one year when we were down getting ready for one of our cruises. We had gone out to a bar because we were there the night before, and you know what? We were at the hotel in the bar, and there were a bunch of people there that were from. It wasn't NASA. What's the name of the group that handled like all the logistics behind the scene for the shuttle launches? I can't remember what they were called. It was three initials.
It was probably UNLA or something, United Launch Alliance.
Okay,
that's probably who it was.
That might have been. But these guys, we were talking about it and everything, and they got out a bunch of the pins, the hat pins and stuff, and stickers, and they loaded me up with all kinds of goodies. That was so cool to meet them there. We were at Port Canaveral, as a matter of fact. We're going to sail out on the Glory.
Yeah, they have coins, like you have your coins there on your desk.
Yep.
They have coins like that for missions. They have all kinds of different things. Each mission has its own little thing going on, and SpaceX is doing the same thing. The gantry that SpaceX put up on their stand for their crewed missions, every time an astronaut goes on to a rocket, before they get onto that rocket, they give them a Sharpie and sign their name onto the gantry. So their name is on that gantry, and they're there forever. So there's a lot of neat little things like that you see that there's. I gotta commend Elon Musk. He really watched the Apollo stuff back in the day, and a lot of the little things that they did, and he's brought a lot of that stuff back with with memorabilia and all this other stuff that's going on with these missions. It's kind of cool. It's very cool. But if you get a chance, take a picture of that jacket, Steve. I think you've got my number there. You can text it to me if you want to. I can take a look at it and help you with it if you need to identify anything.
Okay, sounds great. Yeah, I'll be looking forward to getting that. So,
absolutely, and I'm going to let you go, bud. Thank you very much.
All right.
I thought I'd share that with everybody. I know when I call in, I'm usually the guy that talks about rockets and this kind of stuff down here. So, you have a good one, bud. Thank you.
Those are always good conversations, though. I appreciate you checking in there. Thank you so much. Yeah, that is pretty cool. I'm trying to think. I believe it was United Space USA. I think it was USA, which was United Space Alliance, was the people that we ran into down there at Port Canaveral. It was really, really neat meeting them because we were talking to them, and we were talking about a launch that was scheduled to come up here in a day or two or something, and I knew the jargon. I said, "Oh, this is the STS, whatever it was at the time, and all that." And they realized that I was a big fan. I said, "Well, let me go out to the car and get you some stuff." I said, "That's really cool." All right, what are we looking at here? We're going to get a news break just ahead, and when we come back to your calls, you want to jump on board. Our number 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The White House announced Wednesday that the federal government was ordering another 100 million doses of the Johnson & Johnson COVID vaccine in a move to help meet the goal of having enough vaccines for anyone who wants one by the end of May. Dr. Scott Gottlieb believes that will help get 100 million Americans vaccinated by early April. The former commissioner of the FDA tells CNBC that the hard part going forward will be drumming up demand after the supply increases.
Yeah, I think that the supply is increasing quickly, and I think the bigger issue is going to be demand pretty soon. We're going to have more supply than demand. After we work off the really intense demand that we're seeing right now, particularly from older Americans, I think we're going to see demand start to drop off. We'll get 100 million Americans vaccinated probably by early April. We'll probably get to 125, maybe 150 million Americans vaccinated. But beyond that, it's going to be difficult, and I think we will need to stimulate demand.
This is USA Radio News.
What kind of career are you looking for? Do you dream of using your creative talents in the movie business? How about the advertising world? Or would you rather work in fashion? At Academy of Art University, we can help you get the art and design skills and experiences that employers want. Hundreds of top companies in the Bay Area and around the world have hired graduates from the Academy. You'll be trained by professional faculty members that have worked in the industry, so your education is practical and focused on what real-world companies want. You can get your degree at our San Francisco campus or anywhere online. Do what you want to do with your life. Call right now to get more information.
800-811-7913. 800-811-7913. 800-811-7913. That's 800-811-7913.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hotshot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, we find ourselves rolling into a Thursday. Turning over to the 11th day of March. All right, I look. It was USA, United Space Alliance, because I remember the conversation with, they were telling us how, NASA gets all the credit, but we're the people that really do all the behind-the-scenes work. And this was back in the space shuttle era. I think I've still got some of those pins in one of my drawers. Gave me a whole bunch of them, but everybody had their hand out. Yeah, give me one. Oh, I want one. Yeah, they were really cool. Some of them were the pins of, because these were missions to the International Space Station. Some of the pins were, at that point in time, just how much of the International Space Station had been built. It wasn't complete yet. And let's see. The United Space Alliance was an LLC equally owned by the Boeing Company and Lockheed Martin Corporation. Formed in 1996, consolidated more than 30 heritage contracts that supported the Space Shuttle program. Successes included work on the Spaceflight Operations Contract and its follow-up, the Space Program Operations Contract, as well as the Integrated Mission Operations Contract. Under those contracts, though, USA, United Space Alliance, served as NASA's primary industry partner in space operations for the day-to-day management of the space shuttle fleet. They're the ones that really took care of it. The planning, the training, the operations for 55 space shuttle missions and more than 35 International Space Station increments, as that was all coming together. Says here, effective December 20th of 2019, United Space Alliance was dissolved, is no longer an operating entity. Guess that was the end of the space shuttle program, right? So there you go. They are no more, but yeah, I found it was an educational experience talking to those brainiacs with the United Space Alliance. All right, who was it that asked about... Give me a little more about this whole time change thing. Marco Rubio, Rick Scott, and 6 other senators have reintroduced the Sunshine Protection Act to make daylight savings time permanent across the country. No more springing forward, falling back and forth. All right, we all know daylight saving time begins this Sunday, lasts till Sunday the 7th of November. Most of the country's going to spring forward 1 hour. Florida enacted year-round DST in 2018, but for the change to apply, you have to have a change in the federal statute. The call to end this antiquated practice of clock changing has indeed been gaining momentum, according to Marco. Studies have shown many benefits of year-round daylight savings time, which is why the Florida legislature voted to make it permanent in 2018. All right, I'm proud to reintroduce this bipartisan bill to make daylight savings time permanent and give our nation's families more stability throughout the year. Proponents of the bill say more daylight at the evenings results in fewer car crashes, fewer robberies, more children playing outside, and less energy consumption. Opponents of the bill say daylight savings time makes it hard on children and parents who have to wait at the bus stop in the dark hours of the morning, which, again, coming up next Monday morning, when it's time to walk little Rowan up to the bus stop, it's going to be dark outside again. Yeah, you get to that point in the wintertime, where each morning it's getting darker and darker, and it's most of the time we don't have a whole lot of days where it's totally dark when I take him to the bus. Now he doesn't get on the bus till like 7:30. For the kids in the middle school, hell, they're at the bus stop at 6:30 in the morning, pitch black. But right now the sun's up at 7:30 a.m. It will not be up at 7:30 a.m. Monday morning because we're going to spring forward this weekend. So that's true. We'll be standing up at the bus stop in the dark once again. So there's the scoop. That's what we know at this time. I don't know. Yeah, somewhere down the line they're going to end it. Don't know if this is going to be the time or not. But all right, get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Is this the noisemaker?
Hello?
Hey, good morning. What's happening?
Good morning, Steve. You mentioned Geraldo Rivera earlier, and he resides in Northeast Ohio outside of Cleveland.
Does he? Okay.
Through the week through the week, he has a morning radio show, a 2-hour show on a 50,000-watt radio station. He's pretty popular up here. He's out there a lot. He does a lot of benefits. He does a lot of good for the area. It seems like he's changed his ways. He's not as Democrat liberal as he used to be.
Mm-hmm.
And he's on Fox frequently, and when he's not in studio, and maybe it's from home, the screen behind him, the picture on there, that's downtown Cleveland in the backdrop with the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And he does a lot of good up here, Geraldo.
Okay.
Also up here in Cleveland, I don't know if you recall Dennis Kucinich. He was the mayor of Cleveland when it went into default back in the 70s, and then he was a congressman for quite a few terms.
Correct.
All of a sudden, where I live, back in Christmas, he's sending out Christmas cards with pictures of his wife and him, wishing everyone a Merry Christmas, which I thought was unusual. And then he sent out Valentine cards to everybody. Now he just sent out St. Patrick's cards to everybody. Dennis Kucinich got something up his sleeve. He's putting his face out. He's putting his face out there a lot. But that's all I got for you. But you mentioned Geraldo, and I just want to let you know where he resides. I don't know if he ran for the Senate. Would he have to move down there? Could be, I would think.
No, I'm not sure what the rules are as far as, where you have to reside. But, yeah, a lot of places. Yeah, if you're going to run for council or if you're going to run for Cincinnati City Council, you got to live in Cincinnati kind of thing. So I'm not sure about if you live in the state, if you can run for a seat in the state.
Hillary had to move to New York in order to be a senator up there.
Right.
So probably. But he seems like he's a pretty good guy up around here. That's all I have for you. I just thought I would mention that.
All right. Well, I thank you very much. I did not realize Geraldo resided in the state of Ohio. See, you learn something new every day. At least we're supposed to. Let me see here. On the lighter side, this is another reason I'm glad I don't live out west. I don't like earthquakes. Now, of course, earthquakes can happen anywhere, but you're much more inclined to encounter them out there on the West Coast, right? And I don't like scorpions. I don't like snakes. I don't much like spiders either. And I sure don't like alligators. Don't much have to deal with most of that stuff in Southwest Ohio. Yeah, we've got snakes. Yeah, we've got spiders. Ain't got no scorpions that I'm aware of. Story out of Gilbert, Arizona. This is the time of year. Spring is the time. The scorpions are out and about, creeping out to begin feeding once again. These sightings are nothing new for this mother of 3 in Gilbert, Arizona. She plans to do something about them once and for all. She said, my son has found them in his room, under his bed. We've found them on our ceiling while we're watching a movie together. I'm constantly on edge, wondering when one's going to show up. We don't want a surprise, and you move a toy and get stung. That's why she said, I'm going to get ahead of the problem with Scorpion Repel, it's called. If someone sees a scorpion in their house, they've got to take care of it, according to the founder of Scorpion Repel. They have created a one-of-a-kind repellent that you apply to the exterior of your home, apparently. It's not like a bug spray. It's something that dries clear, and it's almost a glass-like finish that you're applying to the side of your home. Scorpions cannot climb out of glass. This is how we keep them out of your home, they say. If there's one scorpion, then there's definitely more, and it's important to clear debris around your home. Check your home, check your yard with a black light. Be mindful, scorpions are everywhere. Be mindful if you go out and smash scorpions and call pest control, you'll get rid of some, but it's almost impossible to get rid of them all. Now, this woman, Fuller said, this is her first time actually getting a crew to come out to her home, hoping that it'll bring some relief as the hot months are approaching. Besides burning our house down, this is about the next best option, she said. Gonzalez said 90% of scorpion stings, believe it or not, actually happen inside people's homes. During the hot months, they tend to find a way to get inside to get some relief from the heat. But that was a new one on me. 90% of stings actually happen in the home. And whoever sent that to me was from the state of Ohio. He said, our new Ohio state motto, no scorpion season here. That's true. Ain't got to worry about it. All right, we've got plenty of room for you. It's 844-844-3388. Jump on board like the Jolly Green Giant. Good morning, Jolly Green.
Good morning, Steve. I was thinking about their scorpion problem that would not last in my house. My wife is the bug killer. Guarantee you.
Oh, yeah?
In fact, we have a problem with ants more than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
And believe it or not, she was seeing ants at our bathroom in the middle of winter. Yeah. So I don't know what to say about that. But also I wanted to tell you, I would love for you to tell my sister your theory about Biden being taken out of office or vice president taking his place and Pelosi becoming the vice president. I'll tell you what she would tell you, because she's a liberal, her and her husband. She would tell you you're listening to the wrong radio and you're getting your information from the wrong news outlet. That's what she told me. Because I told her about that, and I've been hearing that way before you were talking about it. I was hearing it through other drivers, said that this has been planned for a lot of years, you know. I don't know, man. It really scares me if our vice president becomes the president of our country, more so than Biden. That really scares me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what do you think?
Well, I think Kamala's going to be president in short order. I don't see Nancy becoming vice president. The way it works today is Kamala's going to appoint who she wants to be the vice president, and it's got to be confirmed by the House and the Senate.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I hear you, man. I don't know. But I wanted to tell you, I did talk to Dave McManus here a couple of days ago, and he was having truck problems, he said, and he wants me to make a video with my new headset on and send it to him. And I just listened to your commercial, which is very, very good. Actually, it's true. But another thing that the headset does, I think it turns itself off if it's not in use after a certain length of time.
Now
that's a good thing.
Yeah, right.
It actually turns itself off.
Saves your battery power, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So it saves the battery is what it did. And I went to, to use it, and I noticed that it turned itself off. And I thought that was a good thing, But I don't know. Everything's going okay at my house, so thought I'd give you a shout out and see where you're up to. I've been listening and listening to all my buddies out there. I know Sex Maniac called in a couple of days ago, but and for some reason I didn't hear him. It was at 1 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
He told me. I called in the same night, but I called in later. So,
well, that was the night he gave us a little forewarning that you were going to be calling. Yeah, that evening the Sex Maniac dialed us up. Yeah, he gave us, I remember that, he gave us the advance notice. He said, hey, just be forewarned. Jolly Green Giant's going to be calling in later in the show. And indeed he did. And that's why I made it a point to act like I was all surprised when he called in, because I thought Jolly Green Giant would have been out there listening in and heard Sex Maniac telling us he's going to be calling in later in the show. That explains why he didn't understand when I acted so surprised. Surprise, surprise. All right, what I am not surprised about is I forgot to do a phone reset, so I'm in the process of doing so as we speak. And when the lines come back up, you can dial us up at 844-3388. Help us get through that final hour here on a Thursday morning. I'll let you know when it kicks in. All right, there it is. Looks like we're there. Back up and running. So wide open lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Now, he asked the question, and I think there is indeed some confusion about the whole Nancy Pelosi thing becoming vice president, that may have been the case a number of years ago. But they made some changes. Times have changed. After John F. Kennedy was assassinated in 1963, Congress passed the 25th Amendment to the Constitution, which changed things. According to that, if a vice presidential vacancy opens up, the president can nominate a replacement. Whenever there's a vacancy in the office of the vice president, the president shall nominate a vice president who shall take office upon confirmation by a majority vote of both the House and the Senate. That was put into practice in 1973 when Spiro Agnew resigned. Nixon was president at the time. He nominated Gerald Ford to take over that role. The House and the Senate confirmed that nomination. And Ford, of course, took office when Nixon resigned the next year. Ford then became president and nominated Nelson Rockefeller as vice president. So with Biden president, if he left office today, Kamala becomes president. Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House, would not become vice president. Harris will select who she wants to be the new vice president. The House and the Senate would then vote on that choice. That was one of those big controversial things back leading up to the election. So many people, I saw those social media posts, which said something like, if Biden becomes president and can't complete his term, Harris becomes president and Pelosi becomes vice president. So I broke that down a couple of times in the past already, but yes, so if you'd gone back in time a number of years, I guess prior to 1963, that may have been the case, but that's been rectified now. Now, others have been kind of saying, well, what happens if you can't find a replacement, if the House and the Senate cannot get a majority to agree on whoever Kamala selects to be vice president? I think in that process, if I understand correctly, that you just don't have a vice president for that period of time until they confirm somebody. Does that make sense? I think it was Pappy the other night that brought up, okay, this was taking it to the next step. If Biden resigns or whatever, or they invoke the 25th, if he's no longer president, all right, so Kamala steps in as president, and they have not yet confirmed a vice president, and something mysteriously, nefariously happens, like, Kamala falls off a cliff or something, then what happens? In that scenario, that's where, Nancy Pelosi steps in. That's third in the chain of command in the secession line. So that would be an instance where Nancy Pelosi could become, I guess, technically president, vice president. Again, Joe's out of the picture. Something happens, whatever it might be, to Kamala. And Nancy's your girl, at least for the time being. I think we'd have to look at the whole order of secession then. I believe that who picks, I think the Senate has to nominate somebody, and the whole process goes from there. But that's a whole lot of complicated things that would have to happen to get Nancy into the office of the president. But I'm sure she'd love to have that position, even if it is for a short period of time. Oh, the feeling of power. She loves that power. All right, got a couple minutes before we hit news update time. So before we get back to your calls, as we head towards our final hour, again, it's 844-3388 under the industry headlines. Higher freight volumes got the year off to a good start here in 2021, according to several sources. The American Trucking Association's seasonally adjusted for-hire truck tonnage index reached 114.6 in January. That's a 1.4% increase over December. In the year-over-year comparison, January of 2020, ATA's index fell 2.1%. However, in a full-year comparison, the index for 2020 was 4% lower than 2019 and ended the year much better than anticipated. What we thought, you can go back to March, April, May, when things were really shutting down. It looked like it was really going to be a horrific year. Things really began to bounce back, even before Trump left office, Over the last 4 months, the tonnage index has increased a total of 3.3%. That's good news, according to Bob Costello, chief economist for the ATA. However, the index is still off 2.8% from the high in March of last year. But again, March of last year is when the snowball started rolling downhill, the wrong direction, and things were going off a cliff. Well, several months later, that's when you had the protests taking place in Washington, D.C., truckers spending weeks in the nation's capital talking about the brokers, ripping them off. The freight rates were so low, we can't make a living out here. What to do? All right, coming up in our final hour. Yeah, we've got a little taste of spring as we speak in parts of the country right now. That's going to change out west here in the next 24, 48 hours. The snow already began to move into some areas, getting ready to get dumped on. But here we do have the breakdown here. Spring-like warmth typically does really begin to emerge late March into early April across the south. Areas in the Northeast, the Midwest, they typically have to wait a little closer to May to see the regular mild conditions. Well, we got the breakdown from the Weather Channel region-wide. What are we looking for as far as when will spring officially arrive? And stick around. They kind of gave the prognostication here a few days ago. And with that, Monty got you coming up next. Hang in there. And again, room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The White House announced Wednesday that the federal government was ordering another 100 million doses of the Johnson & Johnson COVID vaccine, in a move to help meet the goal of having enough vaccines for anyone who wants one by the end of May. Dr. Scott Gottlieb believes that will help get 100 million Americans vaccinated by early April. The former commissioner of the FDA tells CNBC that the hard part going forward will be drumming up demand after the supply increases.
Yeah, I think that the supply is increasing quickly, and I think the bigger issue is going to be demand pretty soon. We're going to have more supply than demand. After we work off the really intense demand that we're seeing right now, particularly from older Americans, I think we're going to see demand start to drop off. We'll get 100 million Americans vaccinated probably by early April. We'll probably get to 125, maybe 150 million Americans vaccinated, but beyond that, it's going to be difficult, and I think we will need to stimulate demand.
This is USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
I've been taking vitamins off and on my whole adult life, and I've never seen any change. Not like this, not since I've been on Balance of Nature. I used to take prescription medication for muscle aches and stuff. I don't take that anymore. I wish I would have started it back when I first heard about it on the radio. And if I can give Balance of Nature any advice, keep it out on the radio, because I still hear these commercials from time to time, and I'm thinking, you people need to listen up. I mean, I'm over 50, and, your body starts wearing down. But Balance of Nature has literally changed my life. It really has.
Get a wide variety of all your daily recommended servings of whole fruits and vegetables without having to leave your home. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code USA.
Federal agents on the southern border have abandoned several checkpoints to help deal with a migrant surge. Lance Pry has more from the USA Radio News West Coast Bureau.
Republican Senators Ted Cruz and Josh Hawley accused the Biden administration on Tuesday of ignoring a crisis at the southern border, following reports that Customs and Border Protection officers had to abandon highway checkpoints so that personnel could be reassigned to the migrant crisis at the southwest border. The 3 closed checkpoints are in Wilcox, Arizona, just east of Tucson. The number of child migrants in custody at federal border facilities has tripled over the last 2 weeks, with many of the children being held longer than the 3 days allowed under the law. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And the Senate has confirmed 3 more members of President Biden's cabinet. Merrick Garland was confirmed to be the next Attorney General by a 70-30 vote. Earlier in the day, Ohio Congresswoman Marcia Fudge was confirmed as the next Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, and Michael Regan was confirmed to serve as EPA Administrator. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
Tiger Woods could soon return home after suffering serious injuries in a car accident last month. Tim Berg has more from the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau.
PGA star Rory McIlroy says he's been in touch with Tiger Woods and suggested the 15-time major champion might be able to return to his South Florida home in the near future. Woods recovering after suffering serious leg injuries in a single-car crash outside of Los Angeles in late February. He tells NBC's Today Show his first reaction to the accident and also what Woods told him.
Yeah, my first reaction was, he's already been through so much with different injuries and surgeries and come back from so much to be at the pinnacle of our sport time after time. My heart sunk just like every other player. We owe so much thanks to him for taking our sport to the next level and providing the opportunities that we have today. So I think first and foremost, it's, can we recover as well as possible, get back home and out of the hospital and out of surgery. But it's not golf related. It's the human side of it. It's, can he, get recovered and back to his family and back to normal life.
And Jeff Long is out as the athletic director at the University of Kansas, just days after the school parted ways with head football coach Les Miles over allegations of inappropriate conduct with female students during his time at LSU. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, final hour. Here it is. Thursday morning. Hey, that just doesn't seem right. Another of the industry headlines in the state of Texas. A proposed bill could soon protect trucking companies from the liability of traffic accidents, leaving you, the driver, solely responsible. Say what? The Texas trucking industry has pushed for a restructuring of the state's accident liability laws, citing the state's current laws as an, quote, unsustainable lawsuit environment for trucking companies. The commercial vehicle industry continues to be under attack, according to the president of the Texas Trucking Association. We are seeing a dramatic increase in large verdicts. What they refer to is nuclear verdicts. So this piece of legislation, if passed, the bill would require the plaintiff to prove that the trucking company was grossly negligent in order to pursue a lawsuit. Otherwise, only the truck driver involved in the accident would be liable for damages. Critics of the bill claim this change in law would create sort of a free pass for trucking companies, though. What they're doing is they're taking the largest corporations and they're trying to give them a free pass, a free break, and they're going to try to pass that along to the consumer, according to a personal injury attorney. Well, yeah, the personal injury lawyers, they don't like that. They love, that's what they're in business for. They love suing the big trucking companies and getting their multi-million-dollar payouts because they get 30% of it, right? So the bill had its first hearing before the Texas House Committee on Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence earlier this week. The bill's author, Jeff Leach of Plano, Texas, acknowledged the current version of the bill has fairly significant shortcomings and agrees changes are going to have to be made, but he claims the bill is looking to protect businesses from frivolous lawsuits, while ensuring citizens can still seek damages through litigation. If there's any part of a bill that would hinder a Texan's ability to seek those damages, then the bill's not going to move. I can promise you that, he says. Now, for me, it's a big deal. The owner of ABC Home and Commercial Services, they have a fleet of 700 trucks. He says lawsuits have caused his liability insurance rates to go up by 20% and umbrella cargo to increase from 200 to 300%. Leach went on to say the goal is to get this bill out of committee sometime next week. So I'm sure they'll have to be watching that in the state of Texas. Hey, good morning, Monty.
Morning, Steve. I heard you talking about the Harris, deal of who becomes vice president after Biden's out. Here's another thing to consider is that, and I don't see Joe Biden finishing his term. I think probably, I mean, the way it's going with this guy, and you had to feel bad for anybody that's in that shape. I mean, I think we've probably all known someone, or maybe had, folks that get older and they get dementia and all this type of stuff or whatever. But he's obviously, I don't know, I'm not a doctor, but just I hear people talking, and I mean, my doctor told me that he thinks he's probably got the early onset of it. But at any rate, a scary thought would be, to me, in my opinion, is Harris could serve his term, this term. Mm-hmm. She can, according to the 22nd Amendment in the Constitution, be elected 2 more times because she hasn't specifically been elected for the first one. She's serving out his term. So she could actually serve about 11 years or 11 and a half, whatever it is. So I really don't see that happening. I mean, hopefully, anyway. So I wanted to. You were talking about that when I called, so that's what I labeled my call at. But
I had that question asked of me several times. I bet, and I didn't know the answer. Like if Kamala takes over 1 year, 2 years in, can she then technically run for 2 full terms? And so you're saying the answer is yes. She could serve 10 or 11 years. That's pretty wild.
Yeah. I've done a little research on this. I mean, not like, I'm not a scholar, but I mean, just looking up some stuff, and that's what I have been able to find out is that, yeah, she could actually do that. So if we could switch gears for a minute, since the PRO Act, highway bill, infrastructure thing is still on the table. Is that okay with you there?
Absolutely. Yes. Lay it on us.
So, we've been kicking this stuff around on the board, kind of brainstorming group emails and stuff back and forth. But some of the highlights, if you want to call it, or lowlights, that's in this thing, is they're going to increase the money for roadside inspections to the tune of $400 million. That's a 33% increase over last year. And unfortunately, too many states, municipalities, they look at this as they're going to get out here and write tickets, and it's going to be a revenue stream for these folks. I mean, they're going to get the money from the feds to actively do it, and then they're going to write the tickets, and they're going to, whatever municipality they're representing, they're going to get the money for it. So it's kind of one of those things. If we could ever separate enforcement from revenue, or revenue from enforcement, or whatever, how you want to look at that, that would go a long ways towards, it used to be way back in the day, in the early days of, my early days of trucking, you got pulled over, stopped for something or whatever. Sometimes a guy would say, hey, look, let's get that fixed up, before you leave here, whatever it was. If you had something, maybe he didn't think something was totally secured on the trailer or whatever, put an extra chain on that and get on down the road. Nowadays, it's, hey, I got to write you up for that, and, of course, they do the CSA thing, the warnings, and that doesn't necessarily give you a way to actually fight that, but it drives your CSA score up. So that was something to me that jumped out in this, just rereading some of the stuff that I've got from our government affairs people on this. And that's when you think about, apparently, of course, we know the federal government doesn't have a problem with money because we just keep printing it, right?
That's it. Print.
Yeah, this is something that's gonna, when things get opened up and stuff, I think we're going to look at a whole lot more enforcement visibility, if you will, of places out there. And an interesting note, you talked about Texas there. One of our board members is the vice president of Clark Freight Lines there in Texas. And he was telling me they do a lot of local stuff in and out of the Port of Texas and all like that, that I forget how many different cities around, besides Houston itself, how many of these little municipalities have come up with their own DOT forces. And they get out there and they write frivolous tickets every day, there was one like where one of his guys delivered a container to the port. He was bringing the chassis back, we're talking just a couple few miles, and the guy had a flat on the chassis. And so he called in. They said, where are you at? And he said, I'm just a couple miles, 3 or 4 miles from getting to the back to the terminal. They said, well, just bring it in. We'll have the tire fixed here. He's got an empty chassis. Got pulled over by, whatever police force it was. And the driver said, hey, well, I called my boss, and they said to bring it in. And so he actually drives over and says, hey, who told this guy to drive this with a flat tire? You know? And so, I mean, we have that type of stuff that's unfortunately gets, Barney Fifes, if you want to call it, Steve, for lack of a better term.
Right.
I mean, because, there's something unsafe about that. It wasn't like he was going to drive 500 miles with a flat tire. He was, and on city streets, we're talking, 25, 30, 35 miles an hour, whatever top speed. But at any rate, that's one of the things that's in this thing, if it all comes through there. And yesterday on, Wyatt's got that call-in show live from 24 on Wednesdays, and parking was one of the issues they talked about that's obviously been around. But, and then Todd made the point that in a driver survey, now we're talking about drivers, the ATRI driver survey, the last one they did, the top concern for drivers was parking in the top 10 list of things. And it was hours of service was in there. ELDs was near the bottom of the list, but parking was the number one thing. When you look at the carrier survey that ATRI did, parking's not even in the top 10 to these people.
Really?
You want to guess? You want to guess the number one concern for carriers? What that was?
Driver turnover or driver shortage. Yep, driver shortage.
Yeah, this is like a broken record for the last 20 years. But that type of, just think about it. You're a company that, and I can't say how individual companies, but most of these companies have, hundreds, if not thousands of trucks, and yet their drivers finding a safe place to park wasn't a priority to them. What else is more safe than a guy being able to find some place to park and sleep, instead of parking alongside the highway on a ramp or whatever the case may be. And yet it seems to fall on deaf ears. Like I said, we're promised about $500 million when this highway bill ever gets through, this infrastructure bill, but we haven't seen it yet, so we've kind of been led down the path before, but it's hopefully gaining a little bit more traction to where something can be done. There is also another thing in this bill. Have you heard of this congestion pricing, Steve?
Congestion price.
We had this, I think, under one of the Bush. It was either 41 or 43. Mary Peters, I think it was Bush, where they give money to states and cities supposedly to ease in what they think is a way to ease congestion, and all they wind up doing is they'll build like these HOV lanes or whatever or something, or they think that's going to, like try to get people to carpool, and then if you don't, it's another way to nick somebody for some money. Again, is writing a ticket for it. So, or building, toll-only lanes is another thing. So, this is another one of those things where we've seen this movie before, and from my experience of over the road for all these years and stuff, that when they did all that, and I never saw one benefit whatsoever. So it's really frustrating. And again, you talked about that driver committee that Todd's heading up for MIGSAC or whatever. Mm-hmm. He and I were talking about that yesterday, and he said that's the whole point of this thing is hopefully the people that are behind the wheel, that their input is going to finally gain a little more traction at what it has in later times. So, at any rate, I just wanted to throw those couple things out there, and because when Todd was talking about the top 10 of these things, and from a carrier standpoint, parking wasn't even in the top 10. That was just an astounding fact to me. So, at any rate, I'll let you go, Steve. I appreciate it. Good show, man.
Always appreciate the input from your side there with our friends at OOIDA. Monty's on the board there, so Yeah, thank you so much for chiming in. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Now we'll get to the springtime stuff coming up here. Hollywood is preparing to take another trip down the yellow brick road. Oh, that's what we needed. A remake of The Wizard of Oz. New Line Cinema, a unit of AT&T and Warner Brothers, announcing they're developing a fresh take on the story of Dorothy and her visit to the land of Oz that was detailed in Frank Baum's children's book, The Wonderful Wizard of Oz, way back in 1900. Executive director and producer of HBO's Emmy Award-winning Watchmen series will be the director for the new film. The opportunity to examine the original themes, the quest for courage, love, and wisdom, and a home, feels more timely and urgent than ever, she says. These are profoundly iconic shoes to fill. I'm eager to dance alongside those heroes of my childhood as we pave a newly minted yellow brick road. Now, a few details were released, but the new movie will not be a musical, they tell us. Of course, the 1939 with Judy Garland featured the song Over the Rainbow that won the Academy Award, the Best Original Song. That Wizard of Oz actually lost the Best Picture award that year to Gone with the Wind. There have been several remakes since, but I really can't help but wonder what kind of a twist will we put on the characters for a 2021 rendition of The Wizard of Oz. What do you want to venture will be included in the new film? I could think of a number of things. Who's going to be the gay character? Who's going to be the transgender character? What's Dorothy going to be? I can only imagine what they'll come up with. Priceless. Maybe I shouldn't jump to conclusions, but that's the path Hollywood has been going down in recent years, nonstop. Yeah, everywhere you turn nowadays, you can't have a new sitcom without the bisexual or the gay, the LGBT member of the community. It's just it has to be there in this modern era, no matter what you're doing. All right, let's get back at it here. Lines available at 844-844-3388. I'm not seeing a name on who we got, but wanted to talk about the vice president. Is that what it says?
Yeah.
Well, who we got? Who's this?
Yeah, this is Jack. I want to talk about the vice president there.
Okay.
I think the governor of Michigan, Whitmore, because just before Biden announced his VP pick, she went out there and had a big meeting with him. And she's a big supporter of the Biden camp, so would that be a good shot for the VP if Harris moves up?
I think Whitmer's under too much. She's got that cloud over her head right now, the investigation, kind of like Cuomo does with the nursing home deaths and the COVID and all that. I don't know that she would gain any traction right now. Now, a year ago, she might have been right up there toward the top of the list, but.
Yeah. If she stays out of trouble, but the Macomb County prosecutor up there north of Detroit's looking at her real hard and put a request out for information from people on nursing home records.
Wanting the family members to go to the nursing home, find out the background, because I guess HIPAA laws can't get that information from the nursing home. Only family members can get the information. They want people to take that to the police, where the police can pass it on to, I guess, like the prosecutor or whatever.
Right. Plus, there's a lawsuit going on against the Michigan State Health Department to get the actual death numbers from the nursing homes that they're refusing to release right now.
Really?
She campaigned on open records, but she's being real cagey about her records on the deaths and what, for opening things back up. We got no benchmarks up here in Michigan for what benchmarks we need to hit to open things back up. It's a moving target.
Well, I knew the whole deal about Cuomo, and they're drawing direct parallels between, because Whitmer and Cuomo were kind of like, they released a joint statement or whatever at one point in time about the nursing homes and all that, but I didn't realize that there's apparently a bit of a question as to whether they are actually kind of covering or concealing the number of nursing home deaths in Michigan like they did in New York.
Yeah.
Really?
Yep. Yes, really. Yep. So, yeah, it's all top secret, hush hush. Our last head of the health department seriously quit, and he's got a confidentiality agreement where he got paid $150,000 to be quiet about why he quit.
Yeah.
So, nobody's given, it's top secret. Why did that happen? And his assistant, she quit also, and she's got a confidentiality agreement. So it's open and transparent, right?
Yep, there you go. That's the name of the game. Well, hey, thanks for sharing this morning. I appreciate that. I didn't realize Michigan was even on the radar for concealing the numbers like New York did. I knew they were looking at Whitmer's orders, just like Cuomo did, ordering patients who had been hospitalized, taken out of the nursing home, COVID, whatever, requiring the nursing homes to allow them to go back into those facilities and pretty much just transmit it to everybody in the damn facility. Well, that's rather interesting. How much more time you going to give Cuomo? And it's getting worse with each passing day. I just wager that the mainstream media probably not even giving any airtime to the newest accusers of Cuomo. The latest, again, number 6, I believe they're up to now, which was an aide to Cuomo, said he groped her in the governor's residence. She gave more details on Wednesday. The most serious allegation to date by the series of women against Cuomo. The Times Union of Albany reported that the woman who they did not name was alone with Cuomo late last year when he closed the door, reached under her shirt, and fondled her. Milky Milkies. The newspaper's reporting based on one unidentified source with direct knowledge of the woman's accusations. Now, she said the governor had summoned her to the executive mansion in Albany because he needed help with his cell phone. Cuomo said Wednesday evening, "I've never done anything like this." Cuomo said the details of this report are gut-wrenching. Said he would not speak to the specifics of this or any other allegation because of the ongoing investigation by the Attorney General. So he had harassment allegations from several other women, more and more calls for his resignation or his impeachment, even from fellow Democrats, to which he continues to stand fast and say, "I'm not going to resign." And with further mounting allegations that appear to be very credible, we're now in a position I think we need to impeach. That was the quote from Assembly member Jessica Gonzalez Rojas, a Democrat who had previously pushed for his resignation. Now, the woman whose account was reported by the Times said Cuomo had touched her and made flirtatious comments on multiple occasions. Her allegations came to light. Now, this is how where does she come from now when this happened late last year? They say Cuomo staffers watched the news conference on March the 3rd, which was his first news conference after what was a new round of harassment claims from back in late February. In that news conference, he denied ever touching a woman inappropriately. The aide that was watching the conference apparently became very emotional. I guess she broke down and started crying because she knows he's lying. she told a female supervisor who asked her about what's happened between you and him. At least one supervisor reported the allegations to an attorney in the governor's office on Monday of this week. So there's where we stand on that one. So you've got the emotional impacts, and they say this is pretty much standard for a woman who's been abused or whatever by someone in a position of power. They're afraid to speak out, or it doesn't even have to be in a position of power. They're embarrassed. Women that are raped, a lot of times they just keep it inside. Yeah, this woman, I don't know who she is. Yeah, she may have a spouse. She doesn't want to say anything about it because it could cause him problems between her spouse, family issues and things. They keep it quiet, but I can kind of envision watching you see this man who did this flat out saying, I've never touched anyone inappropriately, and you just break down. That never told anybody before, but all right, we'll get a news break here. Wide open lines as we roll into our final segment here on a Thursday morning. You'd like to jump on board, feel free at 844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
President Biden announced Wednesday that the federal government would order another 100 million doses of the Johnson & Johnson COVID vaccine, calling it a necessary move to ensure the nation is prepared for any contingency.
Today, I'm directing Jeff and my HHS team to produce another 100 million doses and purchase another 100 million doses of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. I'm doing this because in this wartime efforts, we need maximum flexibility. There's always a chance that we'll encounter unexpected challenges, or there'll be a new need for a vaccine effort, a vaccination effort. A lot can happen, a lot can change, and we need to be prepared.
Vaccination efforts in the U.S. have accelerated in the last several weeks, with more than 93 million doses administered and more than 32 million Americans fully vaccinated. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have an idea for an invention or new product? Do you think companies would be interested in your idea? Do you want to try to get a patent? Then call InventHelp now. InventHelp keeps your idea confidential and explains every step of the invention process. We create professional materials representing your idea and submit it to companies who are looking for new ideas. We have more than 9,000 companies who've agreed to review ideas in confidence. If a company shows interest in manufacturing your invention, we can negotiate on your behalf. We have helped over 10,000 clients receive patents. We also offer services including 3D modeling and animation demonstrating your idea, prototyping services, and we use state-of-the-art technology to show InventHelp client ideas to additional companies. Join the thousands of people just like you who chose InventHelp to pursue their idea. We are experienced. We are working for you. We are InventHelp.
Call us for free information at 1-800-460-1663. That's 1-800-460-1663. Again, 1-800-460-1663.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented cool gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, get back at it here on a Thursday morning. What are you looking at, 11th day of March? All right, here we come. So we talked about scorpions earlier. Never know what you're going to encounter, right? Here's another on the lighter side, from mice lurking inside toilet bowls to snakes slithering through pipes. Animals have a pretty good history of hiding in unexpected places, right? But what happens when the hiding animal is a bear? Shannon Stevens entered an outhouse while on a trip in the Alaskan outback last month, unaware of the danger lurking beneath its floor. She said after sitting down, something bit my butt right as I sat down. I jumped up and I screamed. Even from 150 feet away, her brother heard her screams and rushed to her aid. He had a headlamp with him. A quick inspection of the outhouse discredited the assumption that her sister's wound came from a small animal. Peering at him through the lifted toilet seat, the monster, a bear, revealed itself. He said, I just slammed the lid and we ran as fast as we could. We got to get out of here. It didn't really sound like a good time for anybody involved, but Shannon says she's recovered from her wound, and she kind of recounts the story with a promise to be more careful in the future. As they say, in the Alaskan backcountry, it is notorious for their bear population. But it's still a rather unusual tale. I guess the bear was looking for a place to hole up, and I really wouldn't think what his surroundings would be down underneath an outhouse would be a place they would take kindly to, but I guess this bear did. Hello, Larry.
Good morning, Steve. I could barely stand it listening to that story.
Could you imagine? Something bit me on the butt. What the hell was that?
Listen, in Morgan, Kentucky, Pendleton County, when I used to go visit my grandparents, we had an outhouse. And trust me, whenever I had to go to that outhouse and sit a spell, I always kind of worried about the undertone.
Yeah.
I was listening to the caller, that very intelligent caller, talking about the Senate bills and all this stuff about the parking and what the carriers were concerned about. And, you know, I know that the topic of shortage of drivers has been around for quite a long time. And it seems to be getting more and more popular. But let me put something out there. I believe if you do any research, the number one reason people leave their jobs is management. There's 4 keys. The second key is working conditions. So think about it. You know, what are you driving? What are you working with? What kind of tools and equipment are you given to work with? The third situation is opportunity. Is there opportunity for me to advance at this company, or am I pigeonholed? Or is money. Now, in almost every case when somebody leaves, here's what you hear. And just take those 4 things and reverse them. They ain't paying me enough money to work for that butthole.
Yeah.
They're not paying me enough money to drive that piece of crap truck.
Mm-hmm.
They're not paying me enough money because there's really no opportunity for advancement here. So if you keep things in perspective, from a management standpoint, your pay's got to be relevant. Okay, that doesn't forego decent compensation. But if you keep those things in order, I'm in a position right now in our hauling operation. We have essentially 3 lines of business, and I am one person overstaffed in each line of business. And the focus is on management, obviously reasonable compensation, but the focus is on management. We have a team-like, family-like atmosphere that people enjoy coming to work. I think it's a simpler equation than we make it out to be when we talk about driver shortage.
Mm-hmm.
I think the focus has got to be more driven on effective management.
So with that in mind, what's the turnover rate like? Because that's, you know, some people refer to them as these bottom feeder companies or whatever. They're the ones that'll, you know, take you off the street. They'll train you and put you in a truck or whatever, making pennies because you're an indentured servant. But the turnover rate is off the chart. So if you've got a well-managed company, how about the turnover rate's not that bad, I'm assuming?
Our turnover rate is not bad at all. I've been here 3 years. There was a time when it was not so good. But you're right. There are some people that you look at their history, they're going to job hop, for this chunk of change or that chunk. In our industry, there's a lot of bonuses paid out for experienced people. And to me, when you start looking around at the companies that are paying the higher bonuses, they're the ones having a harder time keeping people.
Yep.
I think it's a relevant equation. But again, when you focus, case in point, my crew down in Florida, once a month, and I'm talking about a crew of about anywhere from 17 to 18 trucks, that one line of business, again, there's 3 lines of business in our industry, there would be, and this was the residential people, there would be a time when I would tell them, okay, 11:30 today, Home Depot parking lot. I would bring my pickup truck out, loaded with Kentucky Fried Chicken, coleslaw, and drinks. And guys would cruise up 2 people, would get there, and we would kind of have a little parking lot party, and guys would be a boombox and be doing stuff on Facebook, having a good time. It doesn't cost that much to kind of show a little respect outside of that paycheck. So many companies kind of look at that paycheck as that, well, that's what you're getting paid for. Do your job. Yeah, well, appreciate somebody doing their job beyond the paycheck.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't have to be, the king's ransom.
Maybe just a little appreciation here and there, you say?
Absolutely. Recognition for a job well done goes a long way. Now, I have what I call an 80-20 rule. In management, you typically spend 80% of your time with 20% of the workforce. That's because within that 20%, they're your problem child.
Yeah,
they're your people that cause your issues. So from a management standpoint, you're spending 80% of your time with that 20% of your workforce. Now, flip that equation. That means that 80% of your workforce is doing a good job, and they're out there busting their butt every day, but yet, who's getting all the attention? The knuckleheads. So if you flip that, and you try to spend more time with the positives, knowing the negatives will steal your time, it's a better management philosophy, in my opinion.
Makes perfect sense to me. Yep, you're right, though. It's always, it's the, what do you call, the bad apples, but I guess the troublemakers, always looking for a reason to bitch or complain or whatever. That's the one you're spending most of your time dealing with.
Absolutely, and that's the key phrase is that spend time with the positives. The negatives will steal your time.
Yeah.
Well, that's all I got. I was very interested in his commentary about the issues of parking. That's probably never going to get completely resolved. The other comments that I heard him talking about was the citations, and I think sometimes whether it's DOT, whether it's OSHA, they look at that revenue stream of self-funding. And that's a tough situation to balance, to make sure that they're not focused on self-funding. Any business, any operation has to be concerned about their cost of operation, their revenue. But when it gets to the point to where you're self-funded through citations, and a portion of your funding has to come from those issued citations, that's a difficult situation. You take away the objectivity of that enforcement person for just helping to coach you versus penalizing you.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Yes, sir. Sure does. Well, Larry, always good to hear from you. I appreciate you. Yeah, appreciate you helping us out here as we, wind things down on a Thursday morning. Be safe out there. Have a great day. Enjoy these warmer temperatures.
Absolutely. I'm loving it. Have a good day, Steve.
Yeah, had a beautiful one yesterday, didn't we? It was 73. All righty, let me see here. Wide open lines at 844-844-3388 from the email bag, Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Happy Thursday. First of all, Steve, enjoying all the topics this morning, all the great callers around the United States and beyond. The deal with management and companies, trucking companies, companies with trucks, etc. Right on point. Management, I agree 100%. Okay. Talking about Larry there. I'm ready to head up to Sterling Heights, Michigan from Fort Wayne as we count down 288 days till Christmas. Okay. Thank you much, Truck and Phil. Appreciate you being with us. There's Tater. Sorry we haven't been in touch in a few days. We took an extra long weekend because Sweet Pea was feeling poorly Friday and most of the weekend. We tried to get a doctor's appointment for Monday but couldn't get in till Wednesday. Turns out she's expecting. How about that? Well, and he said, we are elated. Well, congratulations. We've been married for 7 years. We were told early on that we were highly unlikely to conceive. So please keep her in your thoughts and prayers that all goes well. And hopefully around Christmas, he or she will be here as we're headed to California right now. All right. Well, yeah, congratulations, Tater. That's pretty crazy. What a surprise. So she had a little bit of morning sickness, huh? All right, I think we got a follow-up from Monty here. Is talking about how many years Kamala could serve, to which he says, one of the comments on the site was Harris could serve a maximum of 10 years. I did find a little more information. I think I was pretty close. Someone else, I think it was Sean on the posting board, said the way he understood it, provided that there's no more than 50% of the term left, the vice president can step in, serve the remainder of that term, then run for 2 full terms. That would be, okay, so that would be 10 years or less than 10 years. So if that would be the case for Kamala to run for 2 terms, Joe's going to have to stick it out for 2 years. I don't see that happening, by no means. I don't know that he's going to make it a year. Maybe less than that. All right, what else do we have? I was talking about the Wizard of Oz, and Larry said, hey, here's an idea. How about Joe Biden? He can play the character of the Scarecrow. If I only had a brain. And then as for who might Kamala select as vice president, Mike said, hey, here's an idea. Stacey Abrams. Oh, Lord. The Georgia girl. All right, Dennis says, hey, does Stormy or Big Ed call in anymore? I always did enjoy their calls. I work a daytime schedule. I don't get to listen to your show as much as I'd like anymore, but congratulations on the new show. Hope all is going well with that. Yeah, we do hear from Big Ed here and there, Dennis, but sadly, Stormy passed away last year, 2020. It was not a COVID-related thing, but yes, she's no longer with us, sadly. A couple more here. What do we got? Hey, Steve, it's almost the weekend. ATW, almost the weekend. Hang in there. Be safe, my friends. Michael chiming in about Cuomo, the accusation of putting his hands up the woman's blouse, fondling her breasts. Michael said, groping is indeed sexual assault, plain and simple. All right. Thank you so much for the comments. And for all that comment through the overnight hours on that, this is like from the stream, from the varying, whether it's the YouTube page or the Facebook page. I'm not 100% certain. I know the Facebook page is no longer streaming on the Hot Shot Secret. I'm not sure if the YouTube page via Hot Shot Secret is still streaming the show. They've been pushing to move over to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, YouTube or Facebook. And of course, you've got the stream on the app, where you can just listen, not have to worry about the picture and whatnot. To which I also had a message earlier from the email. It was from James this morning. He said, hey, the app is working fantastic again this morning. Maybe we're on a roll. 2 nights in a row with no issues. I do know that the powers that be are, Kyle, Josh, whoever it was there, and Hotshot Secret had contacted the streaming company. And I don't know if you'd say gave them the riot act, but said, hey, this thing is not working properly. It's working like crap. Well, why are we paying you for a service like this? It appears they've got that worked out. But secondly, he said, the news said at 1:30 this morning, they're going to buy another 100 million doses of the Rona vaccine. Yet they expect demand to drop after, say, 125 to 150 million people are vaccinated. We're already close to 95 million. So they're going to have to stipulate demand. What does that mean? Is that the squeeze? Is that the show me your papers? You can't do this or that until you're vaccinated? Essentially, mandatory vaccination because they've got the supply, but they're not going to have the demand. I think that's what we're going to see coming down the pike. That's, again, James believes that's what they're going to say. To stimulate demand. How do you stimulate that? Well, you tell people you can't attend a major league sports venue. You tell people you can't board a cruise ship. Some of them are already doing that. You tell people you can't board a plane unless you've had the vaccine. I see more of those potentially coming down the pike. All right, and lastly, here in our final moments, so we had the scorpions, we had the bear biting that chick on the butt, and who shared that with me? Whoever it was. I guess this is currently. A family's been forced out of their country club home after 6,000 venomous spiders moved in. Fumigators are now pumping poisonous gas in the home in the upscale neighborhood of Weldon Spring, Missouri, in an attempt to kill the brown recluse spiders. Oh, those are nasty. Spiders which have been there for at least 7 years. After the couple moved out of the home, launched multiple lawsuits against the former owners and the insurance companies, the home went into foreclosure. The 2,400 square foot, 4-bedroom property, which has prime views across the Whitmore Country Club, never sold. But McCarthy Pest Control believes they can finally take care of the problem. They've got some photos. They've got this entire house covered in like a massive tent, literally. So they can fumigate. Workers using 9 large tarps, 15,000 square feet to cover the home before filling it with sulfuryl fluoride gas that permeated the walls to kill the spiders and their eggs. President of the company says there will be nothing alive in there after this. Okay, you're talking about a home that was purchased back in 2007 for $450,000. So they move in and they immediately see all these gigantic spider webs around lights in the basement. They thought the place needed to be cleaned, only to find out there was an infestation. Thousands of brown recluse spiders. All right, thanks for sharing. Again, thank you so much to all for being with us here as we make our way into a Thursday. We'll come back and do it again as we get set for the weekend. Tomorrow, Friday morning, hope you'll join us at the midnight hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my